Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right we will. Featured stories of today. Black Friday is racist, according to the anti-whites, and the classist vilification of the Black Friday shopper. And for our going free lesson of the day, we are convoking it's going to be a 9-person panel because we have some technical difficulties for one. Some of the most well-known white positive sphere personalities and activists. We will be speaking with them. We will discuss briefly the divorce with the name them villains in the anti-white narrative, but we will spend the majority of our time on the opportunities that the next 2 years present to us. Of course, your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. Every morning when Steven Crowder wakes up, he farts loudly and then gets out of bed. And every morning his wife tells him that one of these days he's going to fart his guts out. On Thanksgiving morning, Steven's wife hatches a plan. She takes the turkey's entrails and quietly deposits them in Steven's pajamas before he wakes. 30 minutes later, she hears Steven wake up, fart loudly, and then scream. She laughs for 10 minutes, but starts to get worried after she doesn't hear another sound. She races up to the bedroom and finds the bathroom door wide open. Steven's on the bathroom floor, and he's grasping the toilet. "Honey," chokes Steven, his face blanched, his brow covered in a thick layer of sweat and wincing with his every movement. "You were right. I farted my guts out. But by the God's grace and these 2 fingers, I got 'em back in." And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. We are going free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, as is always the case. 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. It's great to see every one of you. Steven's living a hard life these days. You know, it's hard to get by. No wonder he's such a weird fellow after learning about all of that. If you have a question, comment, or concern over the course of this gathering, I want to hear from you. I want to be able to teach you about the Go Free method so that we can pull you out of the misery. We can pull you out of playing the villain. We can pull you out of a lifetime of hardship and ugliness and being impervious to reason. We will redeem you. We can do that here. I want respectful comments and questions to tag me. You can do that on across all the platforms that this stream is going out on right now, with the exception of Rumble. I don't have that open to watch anybody messaging over there, tagging me, because I don't even know if they can. But nonetheless, I want to hear from you. You can also go into the question widget, and also known as the Tall Kevin widget. You will find that over on Entropy, where you may also financially gift yours truly. And you can ask questions there, question widget. You can do so as well with the financial gifts over at Odyssey, which is off to the monitor, my left, your right, or to Cash App, my right, your left. You will find the links for Cash App, for Entropy, for Odyssey in the description below. You may financially gift with cryptocurrency at Cash App, and you can also go head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab to financially gift with cryptocurrency there. It is so great to be with all of you, the champions, presumably that have survived Black Friday and Cyber Black. What is the cyber thing? Is it Cyber Black Sunday or Black Weekend, or what do they call it now? Great to see everybody here. I see the great Lunder from down under, and there's a wonderful Roy Danton. We're going to give plenty of time for calls tonight because there may be a lot of people who want to share their thoughts on the divorce, thoughts on all of the great opportunities that are ahead of us now, since we don't have this anchor, we don't have this dead weight that we're trying to pull along, this corpse that we're trying to drag along with us as we try to bring in the millions of our ordinary brothers and sisters who need to hear this message. They need these concepts, and we already know that they are amenable to the concepts because they are using them as we seed them out into the world. They are already amenable. Many of them will be able to come over to the Go Free Method. We want to help them do that. Also, there'll be people who want to give suggestions about the next 2 years and the possibilities that are before us. It's a very exciting time, and we need to be excited about these coming 2 years, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to articulate again because there are many people out there who are impervious to reason and who want to just endlessly misrepresent me and the work that we are doing. We are not, at least as far as I'm concerned, interested in supporting Donald Trump as this great savior. We saw with Donald Trump, I spoke the truth. Those of you who are honest people know what we said about Trump when he ran the first time for president and what we said would have to happen if he were going to be keeping those promises while in office. We have been consistent. That should be, and it is for honorable people, something that is admirable, something that should draw them like a magnet can draw metal, draw them toward the message and the messenger. People who flip-flop back and forth, and there are a lot of those out there today, and they do a lot of great self-promoting. They should repel such people. They should repel such good people. We have been consistent. The Trump train is blowing its whistle again, and they're getting ready to take off down the tracks. What that ends up looking like is totally irrelevant for our purposes. We don't have any expectation or faith that Trump is going to serve the well-being of white people or put an end to the victimization of white people, that he's white positive or white sympathetic, one iota. We don't have any expectation of that whatsoever, but we are going to swashbucklingly board the Trump train because we know that's where millions of our brothers and sisters, not just in the United States, but just as before, we saw white people all the way around planet Earth who became enamored with and endorsed, and some of them even gone to the point of worshiping the great orange man, and maybe he will end up surprising people. We are not of the opinion that he's going to be all bad and that he's going to just be some sort of a puppet that is here to ruin America and Western civilization, that he's just working for some other group of people behind the scenes. We are not of that mind frame at all. Why? Because we're adults, and because we're moral, and because we have joy and happiness in our hearts, and we are therefore going to take what fate is going to give to us by way of these people, and we are going to make hay with it no matter what ends up happening. Rain or shine, we are going to bring brothers and sisters to this wonderful white positivity so that in the future, whether that future is next month, next year, 10 years from now, we and our people as a whole will be speaking with a single voice to those powers that victimize us, whatever you want to believe those powers to be, and whoever you want to believe those powers to be, we will finally be able to speak in a single moral voice with a new moral imperative of the ages that finally says from the mouths of Western kind, enough is enough. We are a single people. You will not victimize us in this country, in that country, in that country. It is done. You can continue to serve your interests. You can continue to be who you want to be, but it never again is going to be at our detriment. And that, my friends, is the only thing that will be able to pass from our lips to the ears of God in heaven and made here in full on planet Earth. It's wonderful to see you all. What a glorious day, even though raining here briefly in the once great state of Virginia outside of Mordor. I see the great Axis Mundi, and there's Sam. Greek man is with us. It is fantastic to see the team has come together. Let us go ahead and jump into the first financial gift of the day, because we had a financial gift when we were wrapping up the Twitter tantrums with Kate, and it was at last minute. I would actually just say, I always hate, I'm going to take one more look, and it's always unsettling for me to see a financial gift come in that I miss. And when you know it, I missed it. And so what I always do is I read that financial gift the next time we're together. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The great Western Inoculator over on Entropy had financially gifted in the waning moments of that show, $10 financial gift. 10, let us put our people first dollars. God bless you, brother. $10, Western Inoculator. His question over on Entropy is this: is Adam Green a Yehudi centrist? No, because he is a legitimate researcher. That is very different from somebody who is monomaniacally blaming and casting nothing but aspersions on every single person, every single birth, who is using a strategy, who advances a strategy, and who tries to force a strategy, and who slanders, death threats, and doxes anybody who does not want to use that strategy. They claim for the benefit of white people, but it could never end up for the benefit of white people. And they can't articulate how it ends up for the betterment of white people. And the strategy that they are advancing for the actual objective that is apparent for every reasonable person to see is that which won't even achieve that goal, can't even achieve that goal. Furthermore, these people identify themselves, Yehudi centrists, as those who are impervious to reason, logic, and evidence. Adam is the exact opposite of that. He's a researcher. He bends a knee to reason, logic, and evidence. These people are more like Walking Dead, and they have been made that way, perhaps by their own genetics that their family has passed down to them, but primarily from the anti-white narrative, who has turned them into these NPCs, these anti-white villains in the anti-white narrative. And the vast majority of them, and we'll talk about that a little later, maybe briefly, can't be redeemed. They just can't. You can consider them maybe MIA or killed in action or whatever it might be, but they cannot be reached. The vast majority of them, regrettably, that's what all of our efforts have shown. To be the villain in someone else's story is where they are stuck. So thank you so much, brother, for that. Patrick of Southtown, fit and healthy at any age. I just had a kick-ass workout the other day, brother. Good to see you. Art Acrobats, there's the great Slots. There's Morb. Look at all the eagles that Roy Danton brought with us. He is like the eagle god. He is the god of the eagles, is what Roy Danton is. Great to see you, champ. There's Elaine Sabatino and the great Kate. Hello to you both. Let's get into this story, shall we? How ridiculous is this? Black Friday is racist. Scribbles, who is this? Jarvis DuPont. Jarvis DuPont says that it is racist. Of course, we don't use, it's an anti-white slur. You never use the word racist because it is like the ring of Sauron. It was made to be used by anti-whites to destroy us. It has done that. Look at our brothers and sisters out there playing the villain in somebody else's story. And therefore, we cannot wield it. You cannot put it on and wield it. It always serves its master. You need to destroy the concept racist and racism. But what does Jarvis have to say about Black Friday? Have you all heard this? Year after year, it gets worse and worse. And I predict that what we're going to end up seeing is they will have to change the name of Black Friday, even though I can remember all the way back in high school arguing, hey, you idiots, it means something positive, even though it's connoting something positive, even though it's economic, it's still a positive connotation economically. So you all should be happy. You all should be happy. No, they're not going to be happy about that. Why are they not going to be happy about that? The reason they're not happy about that, what I said all the way back in high school, remember, I began serving our people at 11 years of age. It's been a long time. Dedicated my life to freeing our people of anti-whiteism and specifically, simultaneously, protecting white children against anti-whiteism, which is the blackest, most evil child abuse of all of history. And I remember all the way back in high school making these arguments that this is a positive thing. You should be happy. They are celebrating the color black. You know, why didn't they, if society, I told them, if society was dominated by white men for the purpose of benefiting white men, and all these white men were as childish as all of you, so much so that the color of inanimate objects, the color of abstractions was important to them. It takes a real juvenile mind to say that the color on these items is really important and relevant. And I've had plenty of those arguments over the years as well. They, of course, would have said, well, look, we're in the white. We're in the white. And then when things go bad, instead of it being in the red, they would have said it's in the black, or it's in the brown, or it's in the yellow, or it's in the Jewish, or whatever. That's what it would have been if society was dominated by white males for the benefit of white males, and white males were as superficially nitwitted as so many anti-whites out there. But they said no. Now, why is it, do you think? Why is it, do you think, that all of these anti-whites now have a problem with Black Friday? Well, it wasn't a problem for white people, Black Friday, because when the country was far more white, I mean, when they started using Black Friday, I don't know the exact composition, racial composition of the United States, but it was probably more than 80% white. Probably though. Maybe somebody can look that up. But now they don't like it because of what they have made of that day. That's why. So many of the people, not all of the people, but many of the people of these other groups of man behave in a way that when they watch it on a video, they find it a little reprehensible. They find it embarrassing. And so they've decided, well, you can't call it black anymore because of our behavior. So I don't put it past them to change this to White Friday. Also, don't do this. If you haven't already, if you've been going free for a long time, you'll know not to flip the script inside of the anti-white narrative. So don't start out with these arguments about, well, if they can have a Black Friday, then I'll have a White Friday. I mean, I've seen some of these happening as we got our White Friday sales going on. That is so juvenile. That is so low IQ'd. It is so midget-witted. Do not do that. Do not do that. Please, you're being led around by the nose. And if those are the kind of ideas you're producing, then be smart enough to think, maybe I'm not geared to making those kind of decisions. Maybe I need to follow people that have success in that realm, and then you could be a success in whatever you do. I don't know how to build. I've never built a brick wall. Maybe you build brick walls. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to build the brick wall. Every year, we are forced to endure a long week of festival of capitalist peacocking. This DuPont always wants to get on these type of anti-whites. They want to get on the hating of the capitalism. And what is it about capitalism that Jarvis hates? What is it about it? It's that white people are involved in any way, shape, or form. If capitalism is bad, well, then Jarvis DuPont is going to say that white people made it. If it's benefiting somebody, then he's going to say white people stole it from non-white people. Probably in Jarvis's case, probably Black Egyptian and the Black Panther movie is half real or something like that. As the world's largest multi-billion-dollar corporations invade our high streets and inboxes like a sex worker gyrating. What, Jarvis? What? Like a sex worker gyrating her hips? Okay. Like a sex worker gyrating her hips in the window. Jarvis would know. Like a sex worker that Jarvis has perused, gyrating her hips in the window of an Amsterdam brothel. Jarvis, stop telling us about your life, buddy. We didn't want to hear a personal story. These brazen online stores spare no shame in their attempts to woo me into their banner-bedecked bordellos with tempting offers and unmissable deals, just like he has faced touring the streets of Amsterdam. The unmissable deals, the tempting offers. Not that I'm saying sex work is shameful, but you just did. You just likened sex work to the selling of these goods in an avaricious way during Black Friday. By the way, folks, almost none of those deals are, in my opinion, are actual deals. Prices are all marked way up just for the opportunity to say they've been marked way down in sales. So keep your eyes open out there. Banner bedecked bordellos with tempting offers and unmistakable deals. Not that I'm saying sex work is shameful. You understand. That we understand what, Jarvis? That you make regular trips to Amsterdam? What else are you going to tell us about Amsterdam and your trips there? Not that he's saying it's shameful. It's an admirable. Okay. It's sex work is an admirable and empowering trade. Obviously an anti-white talking here. Is an admirable and empowering. We like to take the school children to listen to the admirable sex workers in Amsterdam. To hear how admirable and empowering it is to trade in sex work, which is pretty much like what every female in the West aspires to do now. And they pretend it's not sex work. They pretend it's not. Listen, Cupcake. If you are getting on social media and you're showing your wares for attention, not even for money, but for attention, you're a sex worker. That's what you are. If you want to get on social media and we're going to be able to like see maybe a silhouette of you in some nice dress, and maybe you're making a meal and we can see your hands, or playing the piano or sewing and we can see how you can sew, tending to injuries on children and small feral animals, then you're not a sex worker. But if you are lying in your picture on your belly with your ass up in the air and your long flowing hair down your back, so that you are presenting the here's my ass and my hair to pull on pose, you are a whore. You're a sex worker. But I digress. It's an empowering trade for anyone who has the proficiency for it. The proficiency for sex work? Okay. But when it comes to spending that's disgusting. Jarvis. But when it comes to spending my wad, oh God, that's the last thing I wanted to know about Jarvis. The last thing I want is Amazon.com twerking like a cheap whore in my inbox. He only wants the twerking like cheap whores when he's out in Amsterdam looking for cheap whores. If this indecent spectacle were not already degrading enough to everyone involved, they choose to label this hedonistic orgy of avarice Black Friday. White people are doing it to us again. It's the white people who are doing it again. Listen, moron. Jarvis, this is how it works as we hit the bottom of the hour. And remember, as we follow the hand to the top of the hour, probably around 6 to 6:15, we are going to bring in at least a 9-person panel, as long as we don't have any more technical difficulties. We're going to bring in a 9-person panel, and we're going to be talking about the divorce with the villains in the anti-white narrative, a strain of villain in the anti-white narrative, and the great opportunities presented to us in their minds over the next 2 years. Looking forward to that, so don't go anywhere. Here's what's going on. Jarvis DuPont. Jarvis, white people did not name this Black Friday because we are celebrating an orgy of avarice, of venality, of cupidity, Jarvis. We didn't name it that because that's what we're celebrating. We didn't name it that because we looked into the future and said, you know what? You know what, Barbara? What's going to happen? The country is going to become a numerical white minority. And when it does, there will be wild fights in giant mega stores at the doors on certain days. And it will be because of non-white people. So let us call this Friday Black Friday because we see that coming. No, that's not what happened, Jarvis. This is how anti-whites work. These are the minds of anti-whites at work. That's why we have to shatter the whole story and pull the people out that can come along with us to safety. You know, when the Titanic went down, a lot of people couldn't make it onto the boats, right? A lot of people, there were guys, there were just vicious, there were people out there that were corrupt and evil and etc. They couldn't all make it. They couldn't all make it into the boats. So that's kind of like what we're doing. We are the life rafts out there, and we're pulling people up onto the life rafts so that we can row to safety. We know the way. The wind is at our backs. The racist connotations of the name simply cannot be ignored. Talk about a lens you can't see anything through. It's just like the crowd that we divorced from, isn't it? These people are like shoe untied racists. A quick search into the etymology of the phrase on Wikipedia, which, by the way, is a totally illegitimate source. You cannot, at any legitimate university in the United States and probably elsewhere, you all can fill me in, use Wikipedia as a citation. So, totally illegitimate, operated by anti-whites. Yielded the following information. A popular explanation became, how would they talk? If Wikipedia could talk, how would it talk? What voice should I do for Wikipedia? Should it be like God, what would it be? What would Wikipedia sound like? Anybody got an idea? Promethean Promulgation is here. There's the great Franklin. Diva's here. Ozark is here. What would Wikipedia sound like? Let's see. We'll try a number of ways moving forward, okay? Until we find one that is really good. Popular explanation, because that this day represented the point in the year when retailers began to turn a profit, thus going from being in the red to being in the black. Maybe that's a little bit too robot-like. We'll see. So, yes, actually, retailers talked about going into the black, and largely I think that was a lie, to claim that they were in the red this entire time. from the beginning of the fiscal year to that point in the fiscal year to say, well, we were in the red the whole time, and so we barely make any money here, so our prices are legit. I think that's bullshit. But nevertheless, the retailers, these businesses are saying, we don't get into the black, a good thing, until this day during the fiscal year. And so that would mean that the retailers and the businesses and all of the businesses that do business with the retailers, think of all the suppliers and all the people who supply the suppliers. It's a really big web and a really big complex chain, right? What do they call this? A plexus. It's a plexus. They talk then about going into the black. That means they're talking to whom? Who else in those environments might be hearing this terminology? The employees. The employees might take this terminology of going into the black home to their families. And then that might then percolate to the population that isn't employed or that isn't employed in one of the great many industries that are either directly or indirectly or double indirectly or triple indirectly participant in the sales that take place at this part of the year. That's probably how it worked. But that's a little too complex for people like Jarvis, since he's spending all of his time perusing the window shopping in Amsterdam. The accuracy of this interpretation is questionable, to say the least. Right? The crystal ball with white people saying, let's demonize the non-white people. That's totally real. That's totally legit. I mean, why would you think that that is not how it happened? Whoever wrote the article confesses that nobody knows for sure when the phrase first came into common parlance. Well, no shit, because exactly how it happened is one of those things that would make it impossible to put your finger exactly on it was this, because it just happened all over. Or indeed, why the word black is included. There you have it. Boy, Jarvis, give yourself away, why don't you? Well, actually, to me, it is rather obvious. It's the crystal ball white people with their white horns. They're the ones who did it. You see, the dank layer, he actually wrote dank layer. You see, the dank layer in which capitalism dwells, was built on slavery. Yeah, Jarvis, that's why every country and every people are as wealthy and productive as Western civilization. Because slavery, if you're going to claim, young Jarvis, if you're going to claim that white people and Western civilization is wealthy because white people had slaves, then you're going to have to claim that every other race of people is as wealthy and productive as Western civilization. Because every group of people had slaves. If the wealth is built on slaves, then they are all as wealthy as the West. They're all as productive as the West. They're all as Western as the West. Idiot. I would wager that today's retail moguls would bring back legalized slavery at the drop of a hat. No, they wouldn't. No, because slavery was far too expensive than what they do now to us, for them. As recently as the past 2 decades, you see, isn't it interesting how anti-whites, in this case, a non-white anti-white, what I believe to be, maybe I'm wrong, but what I believe to be a non-white anti-white, they always see the world. I'm really take this, drive this into your guts. They always see the world through a lens that is self-serving. Our people never do that. Even those who claim most fervently that they are for us, they are not looking at us through a lens that is always self-serving. They look at us through a lens that's prepared for them by the very people they want to obliterate. That's how they look at the world. I mean, just think about this. And then they talk about superiority. Give me a break. As recently as the past 2 decades, companies such as Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Samsung have all gained a less than favorable reputation when it comes to treating their workers fairly, and the latter three have all at one time or another been heavily implicated in the employment of child labor when it comes to the sourcing of materials. Yes, and you know what's interesting is that anti-whites, they only care about abusive work conditions and children being harmed when it's in non-white countries. If this was all being done, if they were all being taken advantage of in Sweden, these anti-whites wouldn't have a thing to say. They would be happy with that. Well, they deserve to have to drill and dig in the mines, which, by the way, my grandfather actually did. My grandfather was actually working in mines as a child. So don't tell me this BS about white people and all their privilege nonsense. It appears that taking advantage of cheap, unskilled labor is a hard habit for the financial elite to break, no matter how much gold lines their pockets. Yes, the insatiable monster, whose name is capitalism, owes its very soul to the African Americans. Okay, so Jarvis is black, who laboriously built its nest. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so African Americans built capitalism in the same way that potatoes built McDonald's. That's essentially what it comes down to. Just like the rest of us white people who had nothing to do with the wildly filthy rich, self-serving, selfish white people who had all that money, we were also just put to labor and discarded as trash by those same individuals. So don't think you're going to come around and be blaming the whole of the white race and then saying that it was your race is the only one that made. Go to hell. Go to hell. The United States was 90+%, in my opinion, of course, white, almost for the totality of its existence. And you're going to tell me that this tiny group of people are the ones who made it great? Fuck off. It's my blood and sweat of my relatives that made that happen. It's my blood and sweat laying the tracks. It's my blood and sweat in the Dust Bowl. It's my blood and sweat in the factories. You to hell. Plenty of black people, good black people, not anti-white ones like Jarvis, gave their lives and their labor in the same way. But they were a tiny minority in the United States. And you know what else? Western civilization has not been built anywhere else on planet Earth by blacks. So do not, for a heartbeat, claim that the reason we have this great United States, or once great United States, is because it was built on the backs of your labor. Right off. That is a deep anti-white insult to me and all of my relatives who have been abused and used and spat out by wealthy capitalists as well, and communists who pretend to be capitalists because ultimately for them it's the same thing. It's all built by black people. Go to hell. In some ways, making the term Black Friday ironically fitting. Okay, sure. But not even this open appreciation of America's dark history is enough to satisfy the mega voting redneck colonists. Oh, fuck you, Jarvis. Go back to your whores. Go back to your whores. You're probably married to one. You're probably married to a whore. Go back to your whores in Amsterdam. Meanwhile, she's your brother, probably your father, the neighbor. That's anti-white as all hell. But in anti-white America, you can talk like that. You could call white people MAGA voting redneck colonists. You know, I'm actually a proud redneck. Down here, it means that you obey the law, you pay your taxes, You do your due diligence. You defend the country. So, colonists, another anti-white slur. On November 14th this year, the owner of a gun shop in Pembroke, Ontario, displayed a sign in his window promoting a White Friday sale. See, how stupid. The sign attracted a certain amount of controversy, and when the store's owner, okay, so that's exactly what happened here, is this idiot, unfortunately, nobody from our community got to Lance. And probably didn't get to Lance because there are so many of these villain role playing LARPing losers that are just getting in the way constantly of a message that helps, that heals, that's made in love, that actually succeeds in the world. And so Lance decides, I'm just going to invert this inside. Like I'm 5 years old, like I'm 7 years old. I'm just going to invert this inside of the anti-white narrative, and I'm going to call it White Friday. And then you know what ends up happening. I don't know what it's going to say here. We're going to find out in a minute. You know what invariably ends up happening is these people then, when they're called out on the childish inversions, they then have nothing to do but say, it's not fair. It's not fair that I'm not allowed, that you're not allowed. We don't get told that we're allowed in our story. We don't get told that we're allowed or not in our story. We just tell you the way it's going to be. Do you understand that? We can tell a lot by the way you talk. The other way they might do it is to claim that I was trying not to offend you with it and totally see out. Just wimp right out when the pressure is put on you. We've seen it 10,000 times, if one. November 14th, Lance Perkins puts the White Friday sale in the window, and he was accused of racism for doing so. He claimed he was concerned that Black Friday would remind people of the blackface scandal. Okay, that would remind people of the blackface scandal of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, which would have a negative effect on the store's reputation. All right, so essentially the second version of an excuse that I guess that Lance would make. In this case it might remind people of the blackface. No, you look like a total coward now. You are a craven, Lance. You were trying to be a little, I'm going to put my thumb, and he went back in. And he got online with all his buddies, and they were like, look what I did. And they said, oh, that's funny. Yeah, you did it. You showed them. And then they showed up, and they're like, what did you do here? I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't want to. Please don't shut me down. I'm sorry. Don't be such a faggot. I mean, you're such losers. You are such losers. Every time. I didn't mean to. It was about, it was about Justin Trudeau. I didn't want anybody to think about Justin Trudeau. And please don't shut my business down. Yeah, tough guy. Tough. Lance Perkins. A gun store owner naming his sale White Friday is, of course, to anyone with half a brain, the action of a white supremacist. Oh, now you see, this is exactly what Jarvis here, this is exactly what he can do. Jarvis Dupont. This is exactly what he can do. Because you are behaving in a childish way. You have taken what anti-whites are putting definition to, this new anti-white definition to, and you've inverted it. That means your audience will hear the arguments of the anti-whites, and they will look at you like an immature bitch. And so when the anti-whites say, well, this obviously is an act of racism, white supremacy, that audience of people who you got to think about, in whom you invoked the definitions applied by anti-whites, are inclined, therefore, to believe the accusation that you're a white supremacist. Oh, but Jason, there's no difference there. They're always going to call you a white supremacist no matter what. No, you see, we are able to go a little bit deeper and understand the mechanisms. Not every accusation of white supremacy is the same, dum-dum. Not every firing is the same, dum-dum. It's far more complex than that, and we figured it out. All right. Although rednecks and Trump voters, the same thing, generally have less than half a brain. Wow. You know, if I were to say something like that about like Biden voters or something like this, you know, they would be shutting everything down, the anti-whites. Generally have half a brain. So perhaps the entire situation was the product of many complex layers of ignorance. Well, Jarvis, it's ignorance and stupidity and childishness and inability to hear what we have to share that would have captured this Mr. Perkins and with Love, Hope, and Redemption. And he would have put something far more intelligent in the window that if you had gone there and said, well, that's white supremacist, all of the audience would have said, what is wrong with you, Jarvis? It's obviously not. But they're all the same. They're just going to call you Nazi anyhow, so you might as well be one. Just like they're going to call you pedophile anyhow, so you might as well. Duh. So in conclusion, calling the event Black Friday is racist, Jarvis concludes. Calling it white, it's like, and the whore is like, I'll agree with you. Is just keep paying me. Just whatever you want to hear, Jarvis, if that's what's going to make it happen for you today. Calling it White Friday is also racist. Right in their hands, isn't it? It's amazing. Either way, I choose to boycott the whole charade because, in all honesty, I feel that it demeans us all. If you can't see that it's a racist promotion purely created to mock the most poverty-stricken communities within our society, to mock them, it was invented to mock them, invented to mock non-white people, poor non-white people. That's what it was. Then you'll have to pay for this, white people. If you don't go free, they will make excuses that will cause white people to capitulate to make amends for this. Then you don't understand how capitalism works. And anyway, discounts on the 12.9-inch iPad Pro have been non-existent so far this year. Not so much as 10% off. Oh, Jarvis Dupont. Jarvis Dupont. Well, you wanted to save a little money so you could make it back to Amsterdam? Was that what it was going on? Is that what was happening, buddy? Without missing a beat, the classist vilification. So Jarvis Dupont, he actually at the end here said, white people, back when the country was 80+% white, or probably more, that they got out their crystal balls and they said, you know what we want to do? We really want to demonize poor non-white people, all of them in the future. Because we know exactly how this will roll out. You know, it's just like the other conspiracy theorists as we approach 6 minutes outside of the top of the hour and be taking a break soon and then bringing in our panel for a discussion that's going to be very interesting. A lot of wonderful people that you'll know and recognize. It's like the conspiracy theorists everywhere. When a thing happens, it's the equivalent of throwing a dart on the wall and then painting a bullseye around it. They go then and they say, this step and then that step and then this step. That's not how it works. It's much easier to look back in time and link things together, tenuously in most cases, than it is to look forward and link things and then have those things come to fruition. Interestingly enough, we are able to do that, and we do it all the time. And it brings me great joy to be able to do that again and again, so that the good of our brothers and sisters out there will see that and say, holy shit, they're actually right again and again and again. I'm going to go check that out. And meanwhile, let me make a payment to the doctor that's taking care of our children. I could get the best for our children because I'm a success in my life and because I care enough about them to spend all my time in their lives and making sure that they're well. People who are good people and who tend to the things in their lives that need to be tended to. The classist vilification of the Black Friday shopper. Black Friday is one of the biggest shopping days of the year, and while media coverage of the event often focuses on sales and discounts, crowds, impatient crowds, desperate crowds, violent crowds have always played a central role as well. In fact, the name of the event, which dates back to Philadelphia in the 1950s, is a reference not to businesses getting their ledgers back in the black. No, I disagree totally. But to heavy foot traffic. I mean, we just even had Jarvis Dupont. I get this image of him. It's probably totally inaccurate, but he's somewhere, maybe in like Georgia, and you have the the heavy tree boughs, and they're hanging like behind, crossing the road, and he's got like this suit on that doesn't fit right, and it's all just like gaudy and just garish as all shit, and he's like plucked some flower that's way too large, and he's pinned that to the lapel, and it's wilting already under the heat, and he's sweating. Jarvis Dupont. Probably totally wrong. It has nothing to do, according to Vox, with getting into the black in the ledgers, but to heavy foot traffic. Philly police, because I'm sure they're about to trace for us how heavy foot traffic has always been called in the black. And so it was a natural segue. Philly police devised the term to describe the throngs of suburban shoppers in the 1950s. I wonder what race they were. Who came into the city to shop at stores traditionally held sales before the Army-Navy football game on the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Neuroscience researcher Bonnie Taylor Blake, always with that double last name, told CNN in 2014. So in other words, it's bullshit. Bullshit. Quote, it was a double whammy, she said. Traffic cops were required to work 12-hour shifts. No one could take off, and people would flood the sidewalks, parking lots, and streets. The cops had to deal with it and coined the term. No, I don't. That's total hogwash. Total hogwash. It just so happens that it's also what's economically what you call being in the black, and the massive sale of your goods and services. It became this comical reference to downtown Philadelphia following Thanksgiving. Except how? Though in the intervening years, Black Friday has only become more established, the event and the consumers who support it have increasingly been criticized in an age when the privileged have adopted minimalism. These holiday shoppers have been called out for embracing American excess. It's not so much people buying things. We can criticize that. We can criticize the endless produce and consume, and we do. What really has changed is that there is like the running of the bulls, and some of these people about as heavy as bulls, heading to the shopping stores, heading to the big box stores, and crushing fellow human beings to get to that's kind of been the change. Before then, no, it really wasn't a thing. You didn't hear in Mayberry, you didn't hear in, say, like 1955 America, or this what they're talking about specifically here on Vox. You didn't really hear about it. It wasn't like a widespread thing where they were like, "Don't worry, honey, just trample the old lady, yeah, and the child, trample them. Make sure you get that coffee maker that's 50% off." You didn't quite hear that as often. Critics have questioned their morals, with ideas gaining ground that the value stuff more than family bonding on Thanksgiving, since research has found that low-income people, minorities, which we never use, they're just non-white people, and mothers are more likely to take part in Black Friday sales than other groups. They bear the brunt of the criticism. Oh, so because non-white people and mothers participate, ergo, white people are slandering them. White people are bad. If non-white people go do X and it's harmful or ugly to them or whatever, if women go do Y and it's harmful for them and it makes them look ugly or what have you, then it's white people's fault, inevitably, when it comes to anti-whiteism. bear the brunt. They bear the brunt of the criticism. Hey, how about don't act that way, you dumb bitches? How about don't behave like a bunch of psychos when it comes to the purchase of items on sale? How about that? How about, our criticizing people who misbehave is not the fucking problem. That's not the problem, you anti-white POS. The problem is the misbehavior. Who wrote this? Niddle? Okay, Niddle. I'm sure that's a long-standing Irish name. Watch, it probably is. Niddle. Kenneth Rogers, the Associate Dean of Research in New York's anti-white School of the Arts, Media, Performance, and Design, who often works in Amsterdam on the storefronts, takes issue with how the press has covered Black Friday shoppers. Because any criticism of non-white people or women is bad. In his 2012 paper, Black Friday, Crowdsourcing Communities of Risk, he particularly objects to the reporting on the deadly 2008 stampede at the Green Acres Shopping Plaza Walmart in Valley Stream, New York, arguing that coverage of the incident invoked some of the same stereotypes of Black people as coverage of the 92 Los Angeles riots did. What's more, he says, listen, if you are trampling people and screaming and fighting, we are going to criticize you. That is not, they are trying to normalize that behavior and saying the criticism of that behavior is immoral. This is anti-whiteism, pure and simple. I spoke with Rogers about the killing of Demore, the shaming of holiday shoppers generally, and the negative perceptions our society has of crowds. No, we don't have a negative perception of a crowd. It's just crowds. It's all those crazy crowds. Crime rate going through the roof? Crowds. Rape? Crowds. Carjacking? Crowds. Are we transitioning from youths to crowds now? What compelled you to write about Black Friday shoppers and the perception of them? What compelled you? That we look real bad. We look real bad. So I just had to write an article that I knew was going to get republished everywhere to make us look better and guilt white people to death. Why guilt them white people? In some ways, I was writing out of a particular, that all took place in his head. But then he was like, I better rein this in. In some ways, I was writing out of a particular context. I remember being struck in 2008 by a shopper in the head as she attempted to, 2008, that a Haitian immigrant worker at Walmart had been crushed and killed in one of the crowds. Now, that's awful. This is the exact kind of thing that we criticize. This is why you criticize people behaving like monsters, because people get killed. I was really struck by the coverage. It consistently demonized the crowd. Oh, I see. It's not that it was, in this case, non-white people behaving in a bad way. It was that it was a crowd behaving in a bad way. And there was this vitriol at what was considered the crowd's barbaric behavior. They killed the Haitian guy. Is that not barbaric? For the love of God. That was in a Walmart with a majority black staff and clientele. And you don't say. You don't say. And it was kind of covered in a way that the LA riots were. What do you mean covered in the same way? You mean it looked the same way to you as the LA riots? Man, you just told us about you, buddy. There were helicopter shots of throngs of black bodies. This is so comical. And we've just gone past the top of the hour. We're going to take a break and we're going to bring this panel on. But this is crazy. What should they have done, buddy? Should they have gone out to maybe the crowd quietly and respectfully queuing up outside of a hockey game and then put the audio of the observations of what was going on at the Walmart where they crushed the Haitian guy to death and black bodies were everywhere? Is that what they should have done? No, what he's actually saying is you shouldn't have reported it. You shouldn't have said anything about it because this is antithetical to and contradicts the anti-white narrative, which is that non-white people are all good. They are all aspiring for good. They all do good when they are not oppressed and suppressed and under torture by white people, when they're just in their element. They're all holy and noble and blessed and glorious. Many of them float through the air. And instead, you get to see this footage of something that contradicts that quite a little bit. And of course, here, our position is that there are good people and bad people of all races. That's the way the world works. And we should be willing, as advocates for white well-being, to point that out and say that we are here to put an end to anti-whiteism, which is destroying this country, which is destroying the West, which is why you have criticisms of critiquing barbaric behavior. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the base, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love, with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, we are back. Let's make sure the microphone is working all right, if we could, folks. And let me know, give me some feedback. Tamora May is here. Great to see you. 0022, great to see you. Please share the URL. What we're going to do now, folks, is we're going to get into our big panel. And we have folks that will still be checking in, I think. Not everybody is here. These are some of the most well-known personalities in the community, outspoken, very intelligent, heroes, every single one of them in their own right. And we are going to give each, I'm going to give each participant, if they would like, in the beginning here, a few minutes to speak to the final PWR show and the behavior, because I know there was some folks with very passionate thoughts about this, the behavior of some of the deranged, name them villains in the anti-white narrative, and how impervious they are to reason, and how desirous they are to destroy. But then what we're going to do is we'll give people that opportunity. Then I'm going to come back to the panel, and this is where I'm going to give everybody an opportunity for a few minutes to speak optimistically about our new opportunities over the next 2 years as Donald Trump runs for office over these 2 years, and how we might best get through to our ordinary brothers and sisters, even though we don't have enough asses in the seats to make them feel brave. Now, during that positive segment, while we are speaking to each person on our panel, other panelists may jump in with like a question or an endorsement of what's being said, but be careful that you don't end up giving the comments that you were going to give when it was your turn to talk optimistically about the next 2 years. What do you see that we can make use of? How do you see things getting better for us? You could share if you think there might be any challenges and coming up in the next 2 years, and how we can maybe overcome the challenges, make the most of the opportunities. And to get this started, I'll just briefly say, and I'll bring everybody up. And so during the optimistic section, don't be afraid, as I say, to unmute and to jump in and say, hey, I really agree with that because of X, Y, or Z or something. But when you do that, make it whatever that comment or question was going to be, and then let the person who really has the mic roll with it. And we'll do the same for you. But to get this started, I will just say, I'm going to bring everybody up. Keep your mics muted if there is sound in the background, but otherwise you can leave your mics unmuted. So let's bring in these champions, and they're just going to hang out. Never had this many people on the stream before, and supposedly it's supposed to work. Supposedly it's going to be fine. But just to get started, it's great to see everybody. And who else? We have some others showing up. We did have one technical difficulty, so that won't happen. But so that's Kate is on her way, I guess. But I did want to start this off by saying that we were facing. Let me phrase it this way. For this first part and the mention of the divorce, my mission and what I was doing with the Go Free method from the very beginning was I looked out, and this is actually really valuable, I think, for people. People will take a good deal away from this to really understand this. I looked out. I've been in the white sympathetic sphere, active in the white sympathetic sphere for nearly 3 decades. And I participating saw a lot of errors. I participated in errors. I pushed back and created over time with wonderful people the Go Free method, which continues to be purified by champions like you see here. And what I foresaw was that, and the successes of what I had in the white sympathetic sphere was that we would over time bring all of those people out of playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, bring them out to our story where they could be the hero in our story, become productive, successful, wealthy in the several ways that you can define wealth, build families, and influence more and more people. And by way of those successes, bring even more out of the white sympathetic sphere. Now, I understood, and with the people who I spoke with during all of the planning over the years, that there was going to be a percentage in the white sympathetic sphere, maybe more than 50%, that, and probably more than 50%, that would not be able to be reasoned with. They would be impervious to reason, logic, and evidence, and that regrettably those people would be left behind. But I foresaw a big enough percentage of people, of there being a possibility of people who could receive information and witness successes and then come away from error and the ruination of their lives and come to something that works, that their honest commitment to our people is really their compass in their heart. And that, having brought these people over to the Go Free method and have them living in white positivity, that we would have enough numbers, asses in seats, that we would have enough numbers that our ordinary brothers and sisters, patriots, nationalists, we can now refer to, there was no MAGA back then, but we can refer to a lot of these folks as MAGA types, that they would look at our numbers and then get that bravery that comes by way of numbers. And they would say to themselves, yes, I can participate in that. There are enough thousands who are participating, so therefore I can also say. The problem is that we discovered here, and many of these smart people have reached out to me in private, and they said, Jason, the writing is on the wall. One of the earliest was Porridge, reached out very early years ago and said, writing is on the wall. We've reached the limit. Sure, there are going to be more folks, trickle here or there that'll come out of the, so to make clear, it's the explicit white sympathetic sphere was where I thought we would be drawing these people, because they were already brave enough to tell people, I care about whites, and to tell people other things that really make them look awful. So surely if they really cared about white people, they would be able to come here. Porridge said, writing's on the wall. There'll be a few more out that'll come out of the explicit white sympathetic sphere, but not many. So, and that was true. The reality was that we had reached a ceiling, regrettably, that was much, much smaller of people that can hear reason, logic, and evidence and can change their behavior in accordance with the facts. The reality is that a much larger percentage of the explicit white sympathetic sphere is impervious to reason, logic, and evidence, period. They're just, for genetic reasons, for the poisoning of anti-whiteism in their blood, they have become, in their minds, they have become the villain in the anti-white narrative. They're not going to be anything else, and they will destroy any resistance to anti-whiteism that is not also playing the villain role. But we stuck around. I was having a good working relationship with Mark, and perhaps you all saw how far Mark came in a white positive direction, all the way up to adopting things like not using the anti-white concept racist anymore, which up until just last year, he fervently was behind continuing to use and try to use their word, this slur, this concept that defeated the West, against them. He was talking increasingly about the victimization of our people rather than victimizing some other people. So we were coming a long way, and good people were coming out. And regrettably, we had communities that are explicit white sympathetic. They come in, and then their leaders also putting down the discussion of white positivity, regrettably. But I stuck it out with Mark, and obviously that was going to, my presence on PWR was going to come to an end at some point, either way, because we just weren't going to get or be able to save any more people. and not as in like not a single person more, but just almost no more. So my time would become more valuable in use to white whale being someplace else. This thing that happened with Kanye West really sped things up. It was like hitting the fast forward 20 times on a video, and it just went through the roof. These villain role players they've gone nuts, and they've come out. It wouldn't matter even if I had not, in my opinion, criticized the disastrous behavior. It just would have been a couple more weeks down the road, 3 more weeks, maybe a month and a half or something like this, that we would have come to the same outcome. Because now it's the litmus test is in your face. It's exactly as I predicted, isn't it? How they behave. Regrettably, I was wrong in how large of a percentage those type of people are in the explicit white sympathetic sphere. So now we're confronted with a challenge, and that is being able to bring ordinary brothers and sisters, MAGA types, conservative types, patriot types across the West, bringing them to the Go Free method without the numbers, without the asses in the seats to make them feel safe, to make them feel brave enough to openly say that they align with white positivities. That's a big challenge moving forward, not something that we can't overcome. Now, this is parallel to seeding the concepts like anti-white, anti-whiteism, etc., in their societal conversation. We're doing that. It's working. We need to continue doing that. Maybe ultimately it comes down to once they've adopted so much of the lexicon, then taking the next step is easy. But we have reached a point now where we can no longer rely on enough people coming out of the explicit white sympathetic sphere to produce enough asses in the seats to give these people bravery. That's my comment on the divorce. I see the divorce as ultimately a fantastic thing, because we are shedding ourselves of this penumbra that just clings to us like an effluvium, like a sickness, so that everywhere we go, we are likened to the villains in the anti-white narrative. Now there's a very clear dividing line, and it's sort of like being freed from what really was largely holding us back. And so I'm going to throw it out to the floor. We'll start out with the great Brant Danger, School of the West. We'll just go in order as people are on the screen. The first thing that we'll address, if you want to, you can say you'll just wait for the next part if you'd like, is on the divorce. If you have any thoughts on the divorce and on the behavior, and maybe also the reachability of these people and their attacks. And I'll also say this one more time, folks, that when it comes to these people, do not debate them anymore. They can't debate. Do not attempt to reason or use logic with them anymore. They can't use reason or logic. They're in a fevered state right now. They have this new black rapper leader, and he's going to lead them, they think, to harming some other group of people. So ban, block, ignore. That's all you can do with them. You've probably seen on many of my threads, and you may have Sloth's threads. You engage them, and you use reason, logic, and evidence with them, and they will absolutely dismiss the whole thing and then craft infantile straw man arguments for you, and then knock them down, and then tell lies about you. So the only thing that you can really do, ban, block, ignore, in my opinion. I'll pass it over to Brant for his thoughts. Brother, what's on your mind when it comes to the divorce? Is it good for us? Is it bad for us? You got a few minutes and the mic is yours.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to know is, in the divorce between you and Mark, who's going to get custody of the children?
Unfortunately, well, maybe fortunately, he's going to get custody of all of those that are staying behind.
Right. Well, like with most things in life, there are good and bad aspects to situations like this. I think overall it's going to be beneficial for what you're doing and what we're doing as a community, because like you said, there's going to be some weight that's finally cut off where you've been trying to drag this along the whole time. From my point of view, I don't feel like I need to defend what you're doing or to argue with other people or try to drill down to these core concepts and figure out exactly what their problem is or what their issue is. We all come from different backgrounds, and we all have access to different information. And all the information that we have has got to either come through a book or a movie, or it comes through a content creator, or or TalkTick or Twitter and those sorts of things. And I said that wrong on purpose. So the people who have the intelligence and they have the drive to reach out to a lot of different avenues of information and take the time to figure out what's going on will pull out the best of what's available. And your understanding of both individual psychology and mass psychology with relation to white well-being and anti-white propaganda is far above what anyone else understands right now. So that's why I started following what you were doing. It's like, for myself, I spent years where I didn't say anything to anyone because I knew that I was ignorant. So I just kept my mouth shut, and I just watched and I listened and I read books. So I started pulling out the little different pieces here to figure out what was going to work. And I knew that what you're doing is going to work. Now, why other people are arguing against that, I don't know. Are they arguing against everything that you do? Are they arguing against little pieces of it, but they're pretending it's everything? Doesn't really matter. I don't care. It doesn't matter. So I can't speak for everyone else here, but what I'm trying to do is to provide a foundation which can appeal to a lot of our people in the white sympathetic sphere. So it incorporates what you're doing psychologically. It's going to incorporate what other people are doing with other types of propaganda, with history. So it all ties in together. And I want to present it for children and also present it, intelligently, and as an adult would present information without getting all upset and emotional about things. And hopefully over time, that's going to bring more people out who are comfortable with this information. Because like you said, you get the more asses in the seats. People are herd animals. Most people are cowardly as far as I'm concerned. So they look around. Okay, what are people going to think about me? I know what the truth is, but I don't want to say what the truth is because they're going to talk about me. Or they also have the very real aspect of getting fired from their job, getting ostracized, these sorts of things. But we're going to continue to move forward. The truth is still on our side. What I'm doing with the School of the West is going to take a long time. It's going to be built slowly, year after year after year after year after year. People are helping. I'm trying to put the content together, which is going to make the most sense to people. Again, that includes what you're doing. I wouldn't be concerned at all about the people that are reacting to what you're doing negatively, and I wouldn't worry about getting divorced, because there's a lot more fish in the sea. There's a heck of a lot more people out there that need to understand what you're doing, and they can avail themselves of this program or this strategy.
Great, brother.
That's
Thank
my
you
speech.
for that. Let's jump on over to lovely Porridge now, brother. Mike is yours. Thoughts on the divorce?
G'day, Jason. Yeah, usually you'd never say to a child that the divorce happened because of them and it was their fault. They were too annoying and they were too repulsive. But in this case, absolutely it is the kids' fault. They are to blame for this. But I thought, Jason, you brought up some very good points and you explained everything clearly. And I was frustrated because they weren't being addressed. And actually, I'd say they were being ignored. And you would put into a bad position because this was your last show and you don't want to be confrontational. And so you had to politely repeat yourself several times. But there was one thing that you spoke about that I'll bring up if you want me to talk about this. But well, this concept that they have that we just have to name them. That's the most important thing. And if you don't, you'll never be able to address the root of the problem. That's how absolutely crucial it is. It's so crucial that, Jason, you were kicked off the show because you refused to focus on it. And they'd go further and say, it's much more than that. If you don't focus on it, our entire race is doomed. But there's a little strange thing about that, which you brought up, and that is, if you go to the PA website, you'd expect it to be in big bold letters on the front page, wouldn't you? But it's not there, and it's not in the about section. This all important question, for some reason, just isn't mentioned on the website. And you also brought that up in regards to Waukesha protests, that attack against the Christmas parade, and yeah, these guys who demand you constantly name them, they could have held up signs with the J word on it, and they could have got a lot of media attention, and the locals in that area, they would have been made aware of the J question, and yet there was no mention whatsoever. In fact, they held up signs which said anti-white terror attack, which almost sounds like something you'd say, Jason.
Right.
So they made zero mentions of the question. This is really peculiar. But of course, these guys do. They do name them, and it's just not in those public-facing environments. So what type of atmosphere, what type of environment do they name them? Well, it's when they're surrounded by total spurgs with names like, Goyim 666 shekels, Nose Steinberg, and that. It's when they're in the company of these deranged misfit shooter incels, these types of people that would dox you and call for violence, and the type of people, they're just reviled by the rest of society, by nice white families. That's the environment where they bring up this question. And we all know this. I know that. Jason knows that. Mark knows that's the case as well, but he can't express it because these are his viewers. That's his audience, and the same for NJP. That's the paywall people. So that's the dynamics you have where they know that this method, well, it's not a method, is this naming them just doesn't resonate with our people. And quickly, I'll end it. I've gone too long, but just compare that with Jason's message, Jason's methods. What does Jason consider to be the most crucial thing? It's anti-whiteism. And what does he do when he goes out in public? He expresses it exactly like that. In his books, he writes about it. On his streams, he'll tell you the same things. And if you talk to him in private, he'll tell you the exact same thing. So it seems like a much more consistent message. That's what I would have liked to be addressed.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We got the great Slots up next. His thoughts on the divorce.
Just kind of bouncing off what Porridge had gone over about the root assessment of what damages our people. If if the criticism of anti-whiteism or the addressing of it or using that instead of a non-white group is considered not substantial enough for you, then you're saying that our people don't exist. You're saying that they're not substantial. The injury that they experience is not valid. So he is chatting to me. She's telling no pressure. I prepared a statement. But I want to go over first the definition of white negativity, so it kind of has a context. And it's who we're addressing is the white negatives. So
yeah.
White negativity is when we try to ascertain motivation and nature from the biospirit we project onto who we're scrutinizing or criticizing, such as anti-white non-whites. Because when we're engaging with the world, we're using our biospirit, our instinct, to engage with it. And in order to assess the people around us, we're seeing what's reflected back at us of our biospirit. Right. So my statement, I wanted to go over the criticism again that Mark brought up towards you in the stream, because that's what the topic is. So Mark's criticism was that it doesn't matter how negative you are, anti-whites will persecute you just the same. This is false, since making it about our victimization evokes more sympathy in our people than antipathy toward non-whites does provoke sympathy. White positive advocacy is easier to sympathize with. This sympathy will enable more opportunities to recover with supportive vagues, such as job opportunities for the advocate that is using that method. So it will also make the stakes higher for the victimizer, because they end up having to navigate our narrative instead of the anti-white one.
Right.
But overall, the situation in the divorce, I think it's an opportunity to make a hard cutoff from white negative people and overwhelmingly distinguish love for our people from hatred toward what we project on others.
Yeah, very well said. Great insights, brother. Thank you so much. Let's pass it over to the great Mr. V, who is with us this time, not in a phone call, but right here on the panel. Brother, your thoughts on the divorce, Mr. V?
Well, it's definitely not a bad thing. I think Mark handled himself like a man, and he was respectful to you when you were respectful to him, so that was awesome. But these folks are very, very mistaken about this group that they focus on. It's interesting that the people that name them the most understand them the least. It's very interesting.
True.
Names have power, right? Anti-whites in that group, individual anti-whites in that group, want you to hate them.
Yeah.
They want you to hate them, right? It fits into their anti-white narrative for you to hate them. Once you remove that hatred and you focus on love for our people, you feel like you're clean again. And I'm sure everyone's been there, right? But when you start going free, you feel clean again. Why? Because you're doing positive ethnocentrism. It's love for our people that moves you as an individual to sacrifice for our people. Only that wins. Not negative ethnocentrism, not hatred for another group. That's not going to push you to sacrifice for white children. That's not going to push you to do what you have to do. And it's also naming them isn't building up an immune system for our people. Naming them isn't the key. Giving our people an immune system so that they can defend themselves against all anti-whiteism, whether it comes from individuals in another race of man, whether it comes from aliens, whether it comes from, the mean pathogens in your own subconscious. That's the important thing, is having an immune system. That's the most important thing. It is the anti-whiteism. That's what matters. I'm not concerned if individuals from this group are putting out pornography or things of this nature, if our people are resistant to that.
Yes.
We should be more interested in building up the man and the woman who can resist all of this anti-white evil. That's the important thing.
Brilliantly said, Mr. V. Thank you so much on that. Now we got the great Yiz, the unifier. Your thoughts on the divorce, sister?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to the Council of Prometheum tonight, if I used that word correctly, from Iteration 2.
Yes.
I believe it's page 176. I looked it up before the stream.
Oh, nice.
Thank you for having me here tonight. My opinions on the divorce are short. I took most of the week off for family stuff and was unplugged from the internet. So I know almost nothing about what happened other than Jason catching me up on text messages yesterday. I will say one thing. When I found Jason, I attempted to engage with and learn from Patriotic Alternative and the PWR crowd. And I'm sure there are plenty of fine people that are associated in that group, and I'm sure they do good stuff. But the only other time I have ever encountered such caustic, hostile people and received private, ugly messages and threats were from the anti-whites who called themselves communists and leftists when I was ran out of the city by anti-whites when I had to move. I'll let that speak for itself for how impossible it would be to tell those two apart, right, from an outside observer. So I think that with all things that might be negative, it's important to look at the positive. My grandmother, whom I deeply love and I miss, told me that you can never be offended if you don't want to be. Offense is taken and not given. And you should always look for the good in things, because you can always find bad and there's always a reason to be sad. So do the opposite of that. So I think, like I texted in response to you, look at this on the bright side. It was out of your control, the choice to sever you. Well, that's fine. Like you said earlier, the day was going to come anyway. Now is the time for us to be the leaders that we were destined to be. We should lead. We should be a movement leader. And everyone who wants to profess a love for his people, that's a Westerner. Everyone who wants to stop anti-white bigotry and hatred. Everyone who wants to invest in a healthy Western ethnic identity, whether it be French or German or American or Australian. This method, the people at the core of this movement, have a healthy, positive message that I believe will trump even 1,000-fold of the negative voices that want to smear us and destroy us. I think that even if we will be small in number, distinguishing ourselves as our own movement and spearheading any type of, no matter what kind of white identity or white awareness people may have or how they come to this, we need to be the shining gem that stands out and gives people the light to follow. Like it says in the Pine Tree Riot song, if there's no fire, we'll start our own.
Right.
And I'll stop with that for now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah. Axis Mundi, brother, your thoughts on the divorce?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on this panel. Yeah, I think it's mostly a good thing. Just the one real downside of it is that it's unfortunate so many people are going to miss out on Go Free, because it really, really works. And, you know, as someone who really cares about our people and sees what's happening in the world, our people could really, really use it. The way I understand it, like the disconnect of the AntNat is different concepts about what unifies a people, right? You have one concept of what unifies a people as a common enemy. And what you need is someone that you have to project negativity at. And only if you have that scapegoat, that's the only way people can work together. And that seems to be the AntNat mindset, as far as I understand, because it's almost as if white people, it's kind of like harking back to what Slots was saying earlier, right? As if white people have nothing to stand on that is our own. But that's precisely what I find so appealing about Go Free, because the other thing that can unify a people is a common identity, right? If we see ourselves as truly one people and we act as one people, whoever is in power is going to have to consider our interests, is going to have to hear us out and deal with our demands, whether they want to or not. It doesn't matter what they think of us. It doesn't matter whether they love us or hate us. If we act with unity as a people, we will be unstoppable. Or at least things will be a lot better. And so this really, the question really boils down to, like, why are white people targeted, right? This is the question that AntNats ultimately can't answer, right? Because they focus so much on another group. Why are white people the ones who are targeted? Is it because this other group is evil, or is it because white people are vulnerable? And I really do think it's because white people are vulnerable, because we've been deracinated, we've been atomized, and it's something that's happened throughout our history. It's a long story, but that's the story we need to focus on. We need to focus on the story of what's happened to us. How did we get to where we are now? And then how do we get out, right? And that both has intrinsic value, because figuring out who you are, who we are as Westmen, is a beautiful thing. It's something that I think our people are hungry for. And this is why I think Go Free, we're going to see exponential growth, is what my prediction is. We're going to start off slow, but once it takes off, it is going to take off. Because in my experience, our people are starving for a sense of self, for a sense of who they are.
Yeah.
So I'm optimistic. Frankly, we have a method that works. We are offering something that is genuinely good for our people, and the people who really lose are those who have rejected Go Free.
Well said, brother. Thank you for that. ForNull, the great ForNull, is with us, and I know you got some thoughts on the divorce. Oh, well, there he is. My goodness. Well, he's right there in the middle of a lovely sofa and a library behind him. But, sir, the divorce, the mic is yours.
All right. Can you hear me all right?
Perfectly.
All right. Well, I was not too happy with how Mark handled that. I know a lot of people, were okay with it. Me personally, I did not like right from the start. The cover image for that show had a picture of you like, hey, and then APAC.
Right.
I mean, what is that implying? That's implying that you are basically in league with the anti-whites at APAC. And that is not just you, that's all of us. So I felt like that was very disrespectful. That was a message to his followers that, hey, we're going to drag Jason through the mud here. I just really thought that was extremely disrespectful to all of us, especially you. Then when you were on the show, I really didn't like how he's reading out chats from the guy who has doxed you, who is responsible for getting people riled up against you to give you death threats and all this stuff. And this guy's getting his message read on the air. He read another message where the guy was accusing you of laughing when women are raped, and that you would laugh at these things, and they were just really concerned about what is that revealing to everyone. And I thought, oh my God, I cannot believe he's reading this. Like, you would never do something like that. You would see that and you'd stop and go, I'm not going to read this. You would have, even if you didn't like the person who was your guest, I don't think you would do that. And I just really felt like that was a low blow to do. And I don't think he would do that to other people, like if his wife was on or something, or his kid. I don't think he would read those comments to them. So I think there was a conscious decision to just go ahead and let it go, just let the mudslinging go. And I did not appreciate that at all. The thing with the Yehudi centrist, something I think about is, who is their audience? Because a lot of times they'll tell us, well, that's not going to work on the anti-whites. They're not going to listen to you. They're not going to change. You can't convince them with pretty words or whatever they say. It's always like an insult in there. Right. And it makes me think like their audience, maybe it's the anti-whites and the other Yehudi centrists, basically everyone in the anti-white narrative. That's their audience. And that's not our audience. I feel, we're going for the vagues in the millions. We're going for the masses, the salt of the earth. And we're not trying to antagonize the anti-whites. Even when we argue with anti-whites, we're talking to the other people who are watching. We're trying to make an argument for them. We know we're not going to convince this a-hole, who's just being hateful at us. So kind of to me, the divorce, it happened a while ago in my mind. I know this is like I don't know if you call it like an epoch or something, but it's definitely like a hard line in the sand or whatever with this, because that's a lot of people kind of going separate ways. But to me, it already happened. This is just one more, dead skin sloughing off or something, in my opinion.
That's a good way to put it.
So anyways, that was mostly what I had to say about that. I think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a huge thing. I think the stream with Mark was good in some ways because it has shown that the main focus, even with like PA and stuff, that it's going to be, you either have to name them or, as Donald Kent said, you have no skin in the game. You know, if you don't name them, you have no skin in the game. And I feel like that is the sentiment with a lot of the white sympathetics, sadly. And they think we don't know, you know, that there are powerful Jewish anti-whites and all these things. Like just knowing that somehow changes anything. They're not thinking about white people at all. It's obvious that's not the focus, the recapture of our destiny, all that. Anyways, that was really all I had to say about that. I was very
divorce.
angry, but I think it's a good thing. Yep.
Thank you, brother. I
Thank
really
you for bringing
appreciate
those
it.
up, ForNull.
Yes.
Got it.
All right. We're going to round out the question of the divorce before we get into all that's positive coming up with the great Kate. Are you there? Can you hear me all right?
Can you hear me?
Yes. What are your thoughts on the divorce?
Okay, I would just say that anyone that doesn't appreciate you doesn't deserve you, and that you're brilliant and funny and fun to have on your show. So why wouldn't they appreciate you? And they don't. Week after week after week, they're awful to you. So I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, I really appreciate you saying that. The reality, of course, isn't, ForNull was talking about this, is that I have been, and I have intentionally stayed in an environment for the good of our people, for the good of the people that we could get. And let me just say this also, as to make sense of this. PWR, it wasn't just the audience of PWR. PWR is a big show on the explicit white sympathetic sphere. A lot of people, they might not be regulars, but it influences quite a few people, and people check in from time to time. So being there was valuable to us because we could reach our brothers and sisters there who are already explicit in their white sympathy and potentially bring them out of the misery of their lives and the wreckage of their lives and make them happy, productive, successful in their own life and productive for our people. That's important to me. That's important to everybody here. And to be there, unfortunately, Mark forced me to pay a toll to be there. And that toll was endless abuse, endless calumny, endless acrimony. For the majority of the time, these comments coming through, nothing but deep slanders undermining the work that I'm doing, which Mark says he endorses and wants to see more of, and undermining my personal reputation. I put up with all of that in order to help our brothers and sisters. And I want to note that if I had gone on to PWR and Mark had come after me and been on these episodes and said to me, "Oh, you've got to hate on this other group of humanity. You can't focus on our people and love our people," I would have been gone that day. So we went all this time with the disagreements we've had, and with Mark increasingly focusing, and probably the birth of his little baby girl helping in this respect, on our people and putting an end to the victimization of us rather than victimizing some other group. And so along the way, I'm getting slandered, my reputation's getting ruined. And nonetheless, we're bringing wonderful people, we're redeeming wonderful people out of the white sympathetic sphere as a consequence of the exposure there. And even Mark himself, you can see over time, all the way up to talking about being white positive and putting an end to anti-whiteism, etc. You know, now we're going to see probably a very different Mark moving forward because of what the brilliant Porridge said, and that is that, you know, in most divorces, and that was one of the most powerful things. In most divorces, or in all divorces, really, you don't want to say it's the kids, but in this case, it's the kids. It is these very disruptive, acrimonious, impervious to reason folks who are just lost to the sickness of villain role playing. And that is the reason for the final severing. Was there anything else you wanted to say about the divorce, Kate? Or
No, sir.
Okay. Well, then what we'll do now is I'm really enjoying this. I'm really enjoying everything that you all had to say. I think it's great content. Maybe we should do panels more often. This is fantastic.
Yes.
Yes. So then that's what we're going to end up doing, more panels in the future. But now I really want to get into the positives here, and we're going to go the same route that we did before, starting with Brand Danger School of the West. Positives. We got 2 years coming up. We've already seen what's happened once. This is a case where we can use history as our lesson. We can see what happens to patriotic America and patriots around the West when they see Donald Trump running for office, and when they hear him make the sort of jabs that he makes and the sort of things that he'll say, and invariably, they get folks excited. They get them to come out and want to participate. They get them to draw the flag up the pole and get out their Trump flags. And now I know Trump is not our savior. We said that already, but that's not why we're going to be there during these 2 years and making as much noise as we can. We're going to be doing it because we're going to be redeeming as many folks as we can out of this, what will be a big energy that's just going to be building. And there's criticism right now about Donald Trump's announcement. I think it's totally misplaced. Again, I'm not saying that I think that Trump's going to save America and Western kind. But there are these criticisms about Trump now because of his announcement, and it was tepid, and he didn't come out and say, well, we're going to burn them all. We're going to put them all into giant bonfires or something, like he did the first time. The first time he was entering this story in people's minds, and there needed to be a narrative arc there. And that entrance had to be big, it had to be explosive, it had to be, etc., to get people's attention to say, hey, there's a new player on the scene. Things are going to be very different. This time, he's in a very different environment. This time, he's in an environment where the population has been, of the world really, have just been steeped in this idea that he is this tyrant in waiting and that all of this horror is going to come to everyone's lives. And so he has to take that into account when he draws the narrative arc for this campaign. So him being tepid, if you will, or sort of benign or even vapid in this speech in the announcement speech makes perfect sense to me. I don't sense for a second that he's going to remain tepid and vapid over the course of these 2 years. I think he's going to slowly turn up the heat with every now and again with a little of the spikes. And that's the kind of thing that when the folks hear those things and they get real fired up and excited, that's the kind of thing that we have to be able to take advantage of. What does it mean? I don't know. Maybe it means that when we find out he's going to give a speech somewhere, we run an ad in the newspapers. Maybe, we put up signs in that area if we got people there. Maybe it means a lot of different things, but there are a lot of opportunities. I want to hear from everybody, a few minutes to each person. And in this segment, if you have a question or an endorsement of something somebody is saying, don't be afraid to jump in. And as I said, just don't, burn up what comments you would have made when the mic gets passed to you. We're starting with the great Brand Danger of School of the West. Dean Danger, your thoughts on the optimistic future for white well-being over the next 2 years?
Well, I don't know what I have to say after after your introduction there. I think that anytime Trump is running for office, it's good because he's shaking the system apart based upon people's reactions to him. You have the reactions on both sides. And I think in the past, what people have done is they projected onto Trump either their idea that he was a hero or he was a villain. And so they reacted to that. They didn't actually react to what he did in office. The people who are reacting to what he did in office, like us, it's nothing to get excited about right now. When he gave his speech that he's running again, kind of a big deal. Like you said, it was tepid. Is he going to turn up the heat? Yeah, probably so. I think he has good instincts when it comes to getting attention and self-promotion. As far as chaining his campaign to what our message is, I think it's a very good idea. I think we need to appeal to people's psychology. People don't realize what they're motivated by. So they just intellectually or instinctively get excited about Trump because for the first time, it seemed like someone was running for office that actually cared about us. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. It kind of looks like he didn't, or he was just doing it for himself and he was using the messaging to us in order to elevate himself to that point. But if we can speak to people's unmet needs, their unmet desires, and chain that to what he's doing, maybe that's going to resonate with people. For example, you can ask people like, why are you really voting for Trump? What is different about him than the others? What has he brought into the races for president and the actual office of the president that other people haven't done? He's appealing to something that you want. He's appealing to some unmet needs that we need to have. Okay.
Great point.
Now,
Yeah.
he may not actually do that, but here's a way of approaching that and getting that with or without Trump. Because even if Trump goes into office, he's only going to be there, best case scenario, for 4 years, and he's going to accomplish very little because they're going to stymie him at every corner. Yeah. And we still have a people here, whether he's in office or not. So I think if we can chain those things together with the way that you were talking about it, that's going to be the best approach for us right now in the next 2 years.
I think that's brilliantly said. We're definitely doing more panels. This is actually, I'm glad that I just thought of this the other day. I was like, I'm going to bring everybody on, bring a bunch of notables, smart folks, really demonstrate how the intellect here scintillates and get ideas so that we can all bring it together and we can think about this more openly. It's really great points you made there about the 4 years, what he can actually do and what people see in him versus what he actually. Fantastically said, brother. Very, very smart. Let's hear from another really smart person. We got a bunch of them here today. That's Lovely Porridge, folks. What are your thoughts, man, positively on the next 2 years and our opportunities?
Yeah, well, something I didn't get to say before, Jason, but I really commend you for how you've handled all the things you're up against with dignity and respect, and you were dealing with some of the most despicable people. So
thank you.
But I'd just say there is a silver lining. Excuse me. That these guys they've put up lots of videos about you trying to expose you, and all the dirt they have on you is basically you saying that you don't hate other races and you just want to serve white well-being. So anybody looking for dirt on you, whether it's the medium or just random people, that's what they'll find. They'll find you being attacked by revolting people for making perfectly reasonable comments.
Great point.
But in regards to Trump, what will that mean? Well, conservatives will be re-energized. They're going to feel like they have some kind of power or influence because they have their guy in office, and who they think represents them. I think Trump's completely useless, but that's not important. The important thing is that there will be energy and conversations, and that's where we come into it to put things into the right framing. For example, if we go back to 2016 and Trump was talking about the wall, it's too late now, but I wish I could have gone back there and used Jason's method to frame it correctly, because the wall wasn't just about stopping another race. It wasn't about the rule of law or stopping the flow of drugs. The important thing about that wall was it would have limited white erasure, and it would have served white well-being. Yep. So to bring it up to now, though, these Trump supporters have many issues that we agree with. They want to end CRT. They disagree with Black Lives Matter. And they're generally good people. They've got good values and they care about the family and their religion and their community. But they always frame things the wrong way. They're hopeless at that. And I think this time around, our community, we're just much better prepared. We have greater numbers and we're more organized. So as much as I hate politics, we have to throw ourselves into the conversation, even if it's just to inject a bit of the verbiage. But ideally, we want them to recognize the things that we recognize and then join us in fighting anti-whiteism. So I'm optimistic that if we do that hard work, we're existing in the right time, in the right place, and we're sure to see success. So the optimism comes from knowing that our hard work does have results.
Very well said. And I really like how you talked about how if you had the tools of the verbiage of the Go Free method when talking about the wall being about biological white erasure in general, how much more useful that would have been. If we had the numbers then that we have today, we could have gotten to a great many people, and who knows, we could have changed the way that discussion takes place on a much bigger level, an establishment level. And we do have, I'm going to pass it to the great Sloths for the same question, the optimism for the next 2 years and opportunities we might have, is that we have, and we know this, that we've influenced a great many, well, we just know a great many people in general, but big content creators. And imagine this time Trump running for office, and we see something of value. We know so many of those big content creators end up watching this show, and that others are being reached by way of our great champions who give their time, and they're just working away for the well-being of our people as often as they can, getting into their live chats and threads, making it happen, seeding the language, seeding the concepts that win for us. This time, you never know. We could have a couple of content creators that end up saying a couple of things that reach several million people with just a couple of videos that we have originated here for the good of our people. That really changes the conversation. There are going to be a lot of topics that are discussed as Trump runs for the nomination and then runs for office. So there are going to be a lot of opportunities for us to take advantage of that and do a lot of good for our people. But Sloths, what are your thoughts on the next 2 years of optimism and opportunity?
I have more of a general statement. In regards to optimism, this cutoff is an opportunity. Having terms that label and evaluate white negatives in our narrative makes it easier to give them one chance and then move on in a conversation. Instead of giving the impression to vagues that we're associated with them. So that's sort of going over again, like we should give them one chance and move on.
Right.
And if we commit to all white negativity being unacceptable, even if we fall off of the bandwagon sometimes, then the average person will see the virtue of that.
Very well stated. Yeah. And that demonstrating virtue in what we do is something that immediately appeals to our people. We know that. And we know that demonstrating evil, demonstrating the desire to inflict injury is something that repels our people. We know that. We are white. I mean, we know that about our folks. And so the way to defend ourselves is clearly in love for ourselves, to protect all of us who are getting injured by anti-whiteism. But very well said, Sloths. Thank you for that, brother. Mr. V, your thoughts? Optimism, opportunities, 2 years. Or did Brant, did you have something you want to say? It looked like.
Yeah, what I wanted to do is ask Slots if he could give a real fast example of white negativity for people who may not understand that or haven't heard that before. Like Slots came up with the distinction between being white positive and white negative.
Right.
So white negativity would be when you're projecting our biospirit and you're reading what's reflected back in a negative sense. So if you're projecting it onto non-whites, then you would be seeing back a different nature. It doesn't translate well, their nature onto what you project to them, and it comes back to us, and then you might make misinterpretations. And so that's an example of white negativity.
Well said, brother. Mr. V, optimism, opportunity. And folks, like I said, don't be afraid. If you've got a question or an endorsement or whatever, you just unmute, jump right in, but save your main comments for when it's your turn. Go, brother.
Well, the opportunity is that now we can further test the differences between our practice and methodology and everything else that has come before. Now, we know that everything else that has come before doesn't work. But if anyone is still in doubt, now we can show them an example. I think we're only going to benefit from this. We're going to get a more pure product out there, a better service, if you will. And that's about it. And going free works. It's going to work for this upcoming election because people who are disillusioned with Trump, that works. People who are still supportive of Trump, that works too. People who despise Trump, it works. No matter what, I can always convince them that white well-being is good for them and it's good for the world.
I'm glad you said that, because that's where I was going to go with this. Is we have to look at everything as an opportunity to not just spread white well-being ourselves in sentiment, but to plant seeds that can be cultivated to lead to further well-being for our people and our countries. And when you look at the MAGA movement as a movement and the millions of people that are wrapped up in it, they are some of the most good-hearted, open-minded, and I don't mean that as a progressive insult. I mean it as they want to be inclusive and give of themselves to others in an inclusive movement. And the MAGA people, of course, like most people, they still are in a nebula of anti-white ideas and thinking, but we can use that to our advantage, because these people who, of course, are full of the mean pathogens of melting pot and there's only one race and we don't see color and all these other lies, we can use that to our advantage. And let me explain how. You go to these people, many of them are mixed race or non-white even, and they've been called anti-white slurs for years now, haven't they? You have all of these MAGA people who've been called fascists and Nazis and white supremacists and all this stuff by all the media and all of the anti-whites all across the West, and they know that they're not those things. So it's a very easy thing to talk to them in a vein of racial and anti-white terms that they know, because they know that they're not those things. And they will extend that to us and know that we are not those things, as long as we aren't obviously acting like, I don't know, Hitler cultist nitwits. So when you talk to these people, the best way that I have found to get a foot in the door when it comes to using lexicon, dialectics, and the praxis of going free with regular MAGA people is you talk to them through a lens of, it's awful how we are victimized and how they lie about us, isn't it? And they always say yes. And then in sales, and I know it may surprise many of you to know that I used to do sales, the first thing that you need to do is get a yes, any kind of yes, to get you in the door, to make someone just be open to listening to what you have to sell. Well, what do we have to sell? We have to sell a wonderful product called the Go Free Method. It is a very well devised and tested methodology of language, ways of thinking, and expressions that counter the anti-white mind cancer, the mean pathogens that spread through us all. And it's very easy to start a conversation with any of these MAGA people about race. All you have to do is bring up any kind of silencing or them being called white supremacists or Nazis, or you say anything like, isn't it evil how the media always drags us for being Nazis and fascists when we're anything but? And they always say yes. And you say, isn't it disgusting how they act like there's this horrible racial problem, how white people are just evil and hate other people and all this? And they always say yes, because the MAGA community is full of good-hearted, open-minded people, and God love them. God love them. Many of them do believe that anybody under the sun is just the same and all that, but that's fine. We don't have to get them to agree to everything that we believe like that. None of us started off that way. Right. But what you do is you plant seeds. And you use words like anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure. They always, always, always win with the MAGA community, because they know, they get it. They see it every day. And while many of them have no problem at all with having an African-American president or being surrounded by non-white people, leave that aside for now and look at the opportunity we can use to spread the lexicon and ideas that will spread like leaven through bread in the MAGA community, in the MAGA movement. Especially since we now have, like you mentioned earlier, Jason, high-profile content creators using our terms. Whether or not they credit us, wish they would, but whether or not they do, they're legitimizing our terminology. And just like how you say that we don't use the anti-white terminology because it legitimizes their ideology, we will get others to utilize our terminology to prove our methodology, because a method is proved. And this is why I don't call Go Free an ideology, because it works with any ideology that is explicitly or even implicitly for the well-being of Western people. And so this methodology will lead to the empowerment and emboldening of any white positive ideology. And that is what we need to focus on during the next couple of years of the MAGA swell. We need to focus on getting the praxis, which is the which is the implemented methodology of any method. We need to get the praxis in motion within the MAGA community, even if it's just our language, because then that will provide the legitimacy for when academics and people of higher mind want to engage with us or talk about race in any way that makes them not seem like an ant-nat fool. They will, in turn, be using our methodology, our praxis, whether they know it or not. That is where we will have strong legitimacy build up in the next 2 years.
Yeah, superbly said. And it's already getting, I think I can see what I would like to do, the writing on the wall for the next convocation of a Prometheum here, as you just noted. Getting everybody together is we talk about the actual nuts and bolts of these MAGA patriots and how we speak to them. So fantastic. Thank you so much. Yes. We'll jump on over to Axis Mundi now. Same thing. Positivity, possibilities for us moving in the next 2 years.
Well, we know what the anti-whites are going to do during this next election. They're going to say Trump is horrible, and they're going to say it's all white people's fault.
Yeah,
like all of them, even the white people in the Democratic Party. Somehow it's their fault, even if they're voting against Trump, even the white people who are not voting. Even the little white babies that are just learning how to walk for the first time, somehow they made Trump happen. Yep. And this kind of insanity that anti-whites frequently do, it drives people away from the kind of what is referred to as the left, but that I don't really consider to be the left. I feel like the left has been dead for a while now. If there ever was such a thing as kind of a genuine kind of liberal mindset, it would be interesting for me to explore what that would look like from a white positive perspective, because I think you could articulate it. And certainly like the values of historical, like liberal thought were at one point developed by our people for our people originally, as was every other system of political science. And so a huge number of people in our community are disaffected liberals that were basically very confused because they were against Trump in 2016. And for some reason, even though they voted against him and campaigned against him, they were blamed for everything bad he said and associated with what was interpreted within the anti-white framework as being very negative. So, it led to a lot of people to ask questions, and people who had never considered the possibility before that their side could be wrong were beginning to look into that possibility. And, a lot of things kind of happened at the same time. 2014, I believe, is when Gamergate happened. And that was when you started seeing within the realm of gaming, which was kind of left alone by politics. Every so often you would see a politician talk about how video games lead to violence, but gamers themselves were just kind of left alone for the most part. Right. Suddenly there was all this rhetoric that gaming is quote unquote misogynist, gaming is quote unquote racist, it's dominated by white men, this is an identity that's going to die, and let's celebrate the death of white men and the disenfranchisement of white men, right? And a lot of people were shocked by it, and it motivated a lot of people who had been basically kind of either apolitical entirely or just kind of more passively liberal to really look for alternatives. And I remember that's essentially where I was back at that time. I'd never really been involved in the white sympathetic sphere at all. And it was mainly the cultural hatred, like the kind of the hijacking, the kind of anti-culture of anti-whiteism really rearing its ugly head in response to Trump that really led me to kind of be curious, like, okay, so what is Trump really all about? And more importantly, is there an alternative? Because I feel like I was betrayed by my own faction, if you will. And so I began investigating into the white sympathetic sphere and just consumed lots of content. Eventually, I was mainly into the skeptics because that was the community that grew out of Gamergate. And then Jason had this absolutely fantastic video where he completely demolished the skeptics. And the lexicon of Go Free just completely just lit the light bulb on in my brain. The lexicon is immensely powerful. The practice is even more powerful. And the community is amazing. We have so much talent in this community. Yeah, it just floors me every time, and that's why we're small right now, but we're going to win because, right? We have the thinkers, we have the artists, we have the musicians. We're going to win. The anti-whites aren't capable of creativity. I mean, Hollywood hasn't produced a decent movie in forever, right? Because all of it is married to anti-whiteism, and so I think one good pathway for us in the future is to go for is to also make sure we look at the cultural side of things, right, and the spiritual side of things, and really offer people what they are starving for. Our people really want an identity, right? They see non-white people all the time. I remember going to school, right, in the university, very diverse campus. All the other people had an identity. They all had something to be proud of that was very meaningful, that filled their lives with purpose. I didn't have that. I wanted that, right? I was yearning for that. And Jason, you're one of the first people to really offer white people something like that in a way that's benign. And so I think a lot of white people, once they understand properly what Go Free is, without it being filtered through whatever lens someone is trying to misconstrue it with, a lot of white people are going to be really excited about it, and it's going to be something that will genuinely benefit a lot of people in profound ways. I've been saying in the GFCs that Go Free kind of has two aspects to it that make it so unique. One, it advocates for racial consciousness, but it also advocates for well-being. And that's really significant. It makes the connection between racial consciousness and well-being. And I think that's what's missing from the mental health discourse, is the fact that you can't be mentally healthy and you can't live a good, happy life if you think that your people are fundamentally evil, right? If you are being gaslighted every day of your existence, you're not going to be able to live well mentally. And people will get that. If we frame it in different ways and recognize where different people are coming from, we can really market Go Free effectively in all sorts of different spheres. But yeah, they're going to blame white people like crazy. They're going to say the Oscars are too white, even if there's one white person there. They're going to say gaming is too white, even if there's no white people at all. Yeah. And of course, I'm going to say Trump is the incarnation of evil, and it's all white people's fault, even those who actively oppose him. So basically, just point out, right? Let's kind of like what Napoleon said: don't correct your enemy when he's making a mistake. Let them shoot themselves in the foot. Right?
Yeah.
I'd like to comment on something that you said there, Axis Mundi, a little earlier in what you were saying. You talked about, I can't remember the exact phrasing that you used, but you talked about how there were disaffected liberals, people that were that espoused heavily to one side or the other, or they felt betrayed by what they thought being an American or being a liberal was. That sentiment is something that we can use very strongly to help cultivate a healthy ethnic and racial identity in white Americans. Because very oftentimes when talking to MAGA people, they always laugh and bring up, oh, well, her, the left are the real racist, the left are the real, they say they want diversity, they only want conformity. Like you guys know all the things. It's very important when dealing with these MAGA folks to not take that. Now, I'm not saying they throw it out as bait on purpose, but for people like us who care about language and the implementation of things, and we don't really view things as left or right anymore, that kind of stuff, you need to just sort of leave that alone and say, it is really disgusting how they act like all of us white people are all these evil racists. And you can go ahead and say the anti-white slur in this situation. And you can say it's evil and wrong how they call us the anti-white slurs racist and all that, because white people are the ones that have done the most for non-white people, haven't we? And they're like, hell yeah. And you're like, the British were the ones that fought hard and sacrificed thousands of men to end the slave trade. And they're like, hell yeah. It's like, white people should be celebrated and loved. And every race of MAGA patriot that I talk to, when I say that, they're like, yeah, hell yeah. And so that alone, you don't have to go any further than that. that's planting a white positive seed just because they recognize that white people are full of love and have done great things for every race of man there is. That's a white positive thing. That's a good thing to be the world's champion, right? Like, I want to be the champion of the world. Who doesn't, right? And so even planting that seed, despite it being based around some things we don't agree with, we have to go with the flow like a real Wing Chun Kung Fu master. You got to go with the flow and redirect towards the result you want. And that's a very powerful thing we can do.
Well said.
Right on, yes. Thank you for saying that. I completely agree. The way I see it is that when, for example, Mark Dice has this thing where he says liberalism is a disease, find the cure. Right? He's starting to use anti-whiteism, which is a much better term to use.
Yes.
But essentially, the way I see it, when someone of the MAGA sphere refers to liberalism this way, the way I take it, I don't take it personally at all. The way I see it is that they have they have the word liberal because that's what they've said all their lives, but what they really mean is anti-whiteism.
Yeah.
And it's something that we can talk about with politics. It might be really interesting to explore, because the way I see it is that the left and right paradigm is itself a mean pathogen in a very critical way. The left-right paradigm comes from the French Revolution, I believe, right? And there's the whole idea of the three estates, right? You have like the workers and the peasants on the left, the nobility and the clergy on the right, right? And they would gather at the assembly in Paris. I guess it was Paris, maybe it was another city, but
we lost you, brother. I can't hear you.
Hello? Access Mundi?
Okay, there he is.
There he goes.
You're going to have to repeat your final thought there, brother, because your mic went out.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead and repeat your final
sorry about
thought.
that. My internet connection comes in and out sometimes. So basically, the whole idea is that this was the circumstances like shortly before the French Revolution, and then they started massacring each other, and then that sentiment. So basically, the whole left-right paradigm is kind of like a relic of a brother war, of really one of the worst kinds, because it wasn't two white nations fighting each other. It was one single white nation ripping itself apart.
Yeah.
And so the whole left-right paradigm is basically a mean pathogen that basically says politics has to be dividing, right? People have to be at war with each other if they're doing politics. You're not allowed to make friends with people on the other side. I've never seen things that way. So I basically don't take things personally when I talk with people who have different political opinions from me. And I just hope that people reciprocate the same mentality. But I completely agree. A lot of MAGA folk are wonderful, open-minded people who are just frustrated with the way things have gone, and they're kind of looking for an explanation of what it is, and we have to tell them the truth about it, right? And the more we, thank you.
Well, I was just going to say, well said. You made a number of great points, and it's very fascinating to learn also that you didn't come through the white sympathetic sphere to be able to join us here in white positivity. And what are the odds that in one of these other villain camps that somebody is going to go from somewhere outside? I mean, that's where these villain camps, they draw everyone from the ranks of those. Every one of their members come from the ranks of those who, maybe that's a little hyperbole because it's almost 100%, but it's warranted, from the ranks of those who have already decided, hey, something's really wrong. We've got to stop this. There's a lot, our people are radically under attack. Our countries are radically under attack. We've got to stop this. And then before you know it, and this is why I got so passionate with my criticism of those folks. I'm going to pass it over to ForNull in just a moment, and then we will hear from Kate on the positivity and possibilities of the next 2 years. And then what we'll do is we'll go around quickly. We'll have everybody give a final thought and where folks can find them and the great work that they're doing. But this is why I was so passionate about these folks immediately hitting people up. And I have folks who write to me and I'm brand new and I'm trying to learn about this. I just came into this. What's going on in the world? I was a Trump supporter and what's going on? And now I'm being told endlessly that I have to hate this other group of mankind. And they just hit me all day long with all of the evidence of how, as soon as they're born, within like 13 seconds, they're immediately, cutting the throats of white people or something. This is why I get so passionate. Because how many folks would we already have standing up for our people? And how far along would we be in putting an end to the victimization, putting an end to the ruination of our countries, if it were not for these kind of people in their illness showing up and ruining all of that potential? So we'll pass it on to the great ForNull now and get his thoughts on the positivity and the possibilities of the next 2 years.
All right. So I was thinking about it as everyone was talking. I wasn't listening to anybody. I was just thinking about what I was going to say next. No, but yeah, I was thinking about Elon Musk. You know, he's not white positive, but I do think that this combined with Trump's 2024 run, I think he's going to allow a little more free speech than it was before. And like I said, I'm not under any illusion that he's white positive at all. But I do think that more things will be allowed to be said on Twitter. And I think, that combined with Trump's candidacy should be pretty interesting. It could be bad. It could be good. It could muddy the waters because it's going to allow for more abstractionists. Maybe even they're promoted, like the Christian nationalists and civic nationalism and these kinds of things might kind of muddy the waters, and they're going to be focused on everything except for the victimization of Western kind. So, just thinking about like what could happen there. I don't know. We've seen just when Trump was president, he tried to do a lot of things and the activist judges stepped up. And I think for a lot of people, it opened their eyes to there's like really no rule of law anymore. No one's following the procedure. It's just dirty tricks and backstabbing and do whatever you can. So who knows if he'll get elected or what will happen. I think we will see a lot of radical actions from the anti-whites around election time, a lot of false flags and that kind of stuff. But whatever happens, I am optimistic because, we're going to stay agile. We're going to look for opportunities to move closer to our goal. When something that could be considered to be white positive happens, we're going to throw our shoulders into that. We're going to celebrate it. We're going to make the most of that. And when the white negative stuff happens, we're going to use that to teach the Go Free method and motivate people to help us oppose anti-whiteism. So I guess that's about as optimistic as I can be about it. I think we're in for a wild ride here. We're just in uncharted waters. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
Fantastic.
Definitely. We live in interesting times, don't we?
We sure do.
Fantastically said, good sir. Great Kate. Optimism, opportunities over the next 2 years. What are your thoughts?
Well, I am super excited and optimistic because yesterday, and anybody that is familiar with me knows that I have a bit of a history with, I'm a squirrel violence advocate because I was brutally attacked by a squirrel in the park a couple of years back. So I really think it's important to bring awareness to squirrel against human violence. And yesterday, when I was scrolling through Instagram, I found the perfect cat to lead my cat army to victory, where we're going to reign supreme and deport all the squirrels. Now, you might be saying to yourself, how is this going to help us? Well, here's the thing. So last year, there were over 150 acts of squirrel against human violence, some of them leading to like the removal of the tips of fingers. I kid you not. So people under those kinds of stressful conditions and then be reachable with new ideas. I mean, they are just living in survival mode every single day. You don't know when one of these little jokers is going to come out and just like attack you out of nowhere. And a wall's not going to work because these guys can climb like a son of a building block. So this is not going to work with a wall. It's got to be a cat army. It's got to be deportation. I know the cat army thing, it sounds far-fetched, but I'm telling you, despite the lack of opposable thumbs, I think it'll work. And once we have the squirrel violence issue under control, then people are going to be so much more reachable.
Nice. Yes. I think we need to put maybe about like 90% of our effort into something other than you just suggested. Nonetheless, thank you so much, Kate, for that deep insight. All right, we're going to quickly go around, starting with the great Brand Danger. Final thought and what you're doing, where folks can find you, and we're definitely going to be doing this again. It's a heck of a lot of fun. It's wonderful to see so many wonderful people. I've got to say, before I let you all go, I just want to quickly say that this is, you can see it in your mind. I know how smart, articulate, collected, professional, successful those who are going free, implementing that strategy in their life, how much of all of that they actually are. And nonetheless, bringing a bunch of us together here in this conversation about the challenges we face and opportunities that we could take advantage of really goes beyond even what you can envision about how fantastic that is, how productive that is. It's very buoying to see when, after so long, as you all know, in the white sympathetic sphere, you show up at a panel where there are several people and they're all getting together and talking, and it's like that you've been able to pull up like a chair outside of a prison and listen in to the kind of conversations that are being had by some of the most miscreant, midget-witted folks out there. This was truly wonderful. We're going to be doing a lot more of these. Mr. Danger, Brant Danger, Dean Danger, final thought and where folks can find you, sir.
Okay, I put the link to the School of the West in the chat, and I got to throw some cold water on the cat army idea, because there's a cat that sleeps in my house about 22 hours a day. So I don't know how you're going to pull this off. They're just too darn.
I really think it can be done. I know it seems far-fetched at first, but I think with enough catnip, have you seen what happens to them when they get on catnip?
Okay.
It's not pretty. I think it'll work.
I stand corrected. I'm glad that we got that cleared up. That was the thing that was bothering me the most. So I don't have anything really clever to say other than it's not going to be all sunshine in the next couple of years. And I think that we know that there's going to be ups and downs. But if you build a solid foundation like what we have here, that's what's going to last. It's going to weather the storm, and we'll just keep moving forward. And for people that, thank you. And for people that get black pilled, etc., the first thing you got to do is just realize that you can win. Realize that we can get to the goals that we want. Once you realize that, once you believe that, then the rest of the universe is going to start bringing the pieces together to make that happen. So it's probably what's happening right here, right now. Just got to realize that it can get done. Doesn't matter if you live in a crappy spot right now, your job sucks, your relationship sucks, you don't have a relationship, your car doesn't work, you don't like the people at work. I've been through all of that before. I get it. But just realize that we are going to win. So once you get the mindset that we are going to win, you start coming up with ideas, you start getting creative on how you can add to it and you can help. So that's my speech on that.
Wait, are you having relationship problems?
Hush. Knock it off.
Brilliantly said. Thank you so much, folks. Please go over there and follow the great work of Dean Danger, Mr. Paulridge, who is endlessly effective in all that he does. Your final thoughts, good sir, and where folks can find you.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks for getting us all together after there was a bit of a conflict going on, but I think it's good to remind ourselves that, remind yourself, Jason, that we all have your back and we have each other's backs as well. So I think I'll make a decision to stop keeping an eye on the white sympathetic sphere because it's not really necessary anymore. We've parted ways completely, I think, and there's nothing good that can come from them. As for me, at the moment, I'm trying to get started on Meet Your People Series 2. And I'm not quite sure how I'm going to release it, but I'm currently working on Macedonia, which will be an interesting one because that has a very strong history tied up in almost the start of our Western civilization. So a lot of people are busy at the moment. We're getting ready for Christmas. Things are ramping up, so it's hard to get things out at the moment. But yeah, things are in the works. So you can find me just by Googling my name. Thanks for having us on, Jason.
Thank you so much, good brother. Slots, mic is yours. Same question. We can't hear you yet, though.
Sorry about that. My mic was up.
There you go.
So ForNull really made me optimistic about the wet noodle-spined Christian nationalists coming on Twitter again, because they'll make excellent fodder and foil for our lexicon.
Yes, indeed.
Very.
So I don't have much else to say. I think it's a pretty good thing what's happening. So I think it's good that we're separating out from the white negatives and we're moving on. So you can find me at Twitter. I'm at the handle @RealSlots, and that's it.
Brilliant. Thank you, good sir. Mr. V, the mic is yours.
Well, one of the best things about the separation, if you will, is losing this nonsense about them as the source of anti-whiteism.
Yes.
What happens when they are no longer there and our people are still at each other's throats? These folks then got to go to, but it's because they got this programming from them or that from them. Whereas our understanding of anti-whiteism is accurate. It allows us to do predictions. And as Axis has spoken about, it started with us.
Yep.
It started with brother against brother. That's how it began. And so losing them as a source of anti-whiteism is so much better. These people, really, I think a lot of these folks don't even understand race. Quite frankly, I don't think they understand race. I don't think they understand anything about Western kind, nor our biospirit, because they keep failing to attract good white people. That tells me they don't understand anything about how the European race operates. Mm-hmm. So I think only good things can come from this. I think we're going to attract the best people at first. And yeah, I look forward to putting out there a more pristine product, if you will.
Thank you, good brother. Yiz the Unifier. Final thought and where they can find you.
Thank you for having me on tonight, and definitely thank you for the method that works. Big appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that the panel is a great idea. I think we should definitely do more of these. It's a fun time. My closing thoughts are simple. Everyone, please subscribe to my new Rumble channel. In preparation for what we must do and what looms ahead of us, I have decided to tackle the Rumble beast. And I am in the process of shifting my entire library on YouTube to Rumble. And I need 100 subs on Rumble so I can claim my URL and so I can live stream directly to Rumble. And if you could all help me hit 100, it should be easy. That's even what my weekly folk tithe is about on Entropy tonight. So if you could all help me hit that, that would be fantastic. And of course, you can always find me at the usual places, Yiz the Eunuch, at all of the usual suspects, except Twitter, of course, because I'm on like my 900th Twitter account. But it's Yiz Cognito if you want to use Twitter and reach me there. But the Find My Friends link that I put into the chat does not have my Rumble link on it yet because I want to wait till I get 100 before I add it to that. And once you get me to 100, I can shift the URL to actually be Yiz the Eunuch. So that will be my Rumble handle going forward. So please do that for me because I want to start reaching people and growing on Rumble because that's huge MAGA community access on Rumble. Huge. So help me hit it, pretty please. And my closing thought is speak the truth with moral conviction. Righteous indignation is something every good white person feels right now. And if we speak the truth, everyone with the ears to hear it will unerringly hear our message, and it will have strength. So use the Go Free method appropriately, speak with conviction, because what we're doing is correct and morally just. Good night.
Oh, thank you so much. Mr. Mundi, final thought, brother.
Oh, this is awesome. White people are awesome. We are an amazing race of people. We have every right to love ourselves and each other, and that love is what will carry us through the difficult times, right? And that's what's really like one of the deeper powers of the Go Free method is that you can find joy in what you're doing and in service to white well-being, and you can find joy kind of within yourself, the kind of internal recognition and perception of the biospirit in you, and the way that this connects you to every single other white person that has ever existed and ever will exist and exist right now. You're a part of something greater than yourself, and that knowledge, right, is just so beautiful. It's what everyone is looking for ultimately, and so we really have what people have been seeking, right?
Yeah.
And we just have to remember that. We have to, right, we have to trust our faculties of reason, trust this method has been proven, and yeah, keep on building with each other, and trust the biospirit.
Amen.
I mean, I guess that's my thoughts. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, brother. Mr. ForNull, Mike is yours.
All right, cool. Thanks for having me on and everything. I guess my final thought is I'm just super thankful that we have this community. I know that if this community didn't exist, it'd be really hard. Just thinking I'm alone in this, you know, that you either have to be Yehudi centrist or you have to be far left or whatever, you know, everything but focusing on white well-being. It would really make it difficult. And so having this community, it helps to stay grounded and to be getting that positive feedback, you know, and us supporting each other and all that. So I love that. And so you can find me. I'm on Twitter, ForNull USA. On Gab, I'm at ForNull. And then let me see. I'll post my YouTube channel, and I'm just gonna be just keep on making music. I've got some ideas for some more rock songs, some electronic songs. I got a game coming up soon. We're gonna be releasing the demo. It's called Grim Earth, and it's coming along. It's looking really good. So anyone who needs a little entertainment that is not white negative, is not infected with MPs, you'll be able to play this game and really enjoy it. And we're going to be doing a fundraiser real soon to get funding for the full game. So we can make like a full game out of it. Right now, it's if you're just like the average gamer, it'll take you anywhere from maybe 40 minutes to an hour and a half to beat the demo. But I think it's a good demo of what's going to be possible if we can get funded. So, yep, that's it for me. And thanks, Jason.
No, thank you, brother. Brilliantly said. All right, Kate, your final thoughts?
So I just wanted to say thank you for having me on so that we could discuss the squirrel violence issue. And also, I would like to say to Popcorn Power in the chat, he's definitely in charge of strategy. His thought process is beautiful here. He says that we need to hit the squirrels with paintballs filled with catnip to activate the cats. Or alternately, we could create traps that will dust the squirrels with catnip, and therefore that will set the cats off and get them in deportation mode. So see, there's all these ideas once we come together. This is brilliant. Thank you so much for having me on. And then, also, my Twitter is GraceSM733684432. If anybody wants to follow me on Twitter so that you can hear more of my family. My brain's always thinking. Always ideas up there.
All these ideas. Well, yes, follow Kate there on her Twitter. She'll be talking all about the war with the squirrels. Everything tonight was glorious, with the exception probably of what Kate was sharing and the war on the squirrels. But otherwise, this was really a heck of a lot of fun, and I think really productive as well. We are demonstrating that we have the best folks in the from the totality of the white sympathetic sphere and outside of it have come here. We're going to continue to bring in the very best. And this, what you're looking at right here, well thought out, mature, productive, successful people in their worlds have come to the Go Free method and are implementing it in their lives successfully and bringing more wonderful and heroic people to the work that we're doing here. I love you all. Thank you all for coming on. It was glorious. We're going to do it again real soon. And the gathering will be back in just a moment. All right. Is the sound working? Are we on the right mic? Let me just check really quickly. That was really something. And that was better. That was a lot better than I even thought it would be. It was great content. And it was a real demonstration of a show of force that is imbued with quality. There were no cranks there on the panel. There were no people who had a vocabulary of just like 2,000-3,000 words. I mean, it was a real show of force of quality people. And I really liked what Porridge so much of what Porridge has to say is really fantastic. The guy's got magnificent insight. So everybody did on the panel, very smart people. And he said that Mark has no co-hosts. Now Mark has no co-hosts and Jason has 8. That's brilliantly put, especially in the light of the quality of the people that were just on your screen. These people you know very well. You watch mainstream news, and if you're imbibing much of the other material out there that is, you might consider the like alt-right type of material that you see out there on YouTube and other platforms, and you'll see like panels put up, that what the group that we just had was infinitely superior. Clear thinking, level-headed thinkers. I mean, I think that's really one of the most important things to say about everybody that was on the stream just then on that panel, is that they are all thinkers, and as thinkers, they came to the Go Free method. That says so much about what we're doing here. Everywhere else, you get this group, this hive, unthinking. It's got to be this very simplistic redundant thing, and you just have to go with that. No variation, no thought, no assessment. In fact, you see demonstrated again and again on Gab, on Twitter, on YouTube comments from the kind of people that we're leaving behind, and tags, kind of, you can just generally say the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, that these people who are coming after us in these waves are the exact kind of people that are the poison of white well-being, because they destroy, they are impervious to reason, and they take us in a direction that is the lowest common denominator of intelligence. You just saw happen with PWR what always happens in the white sympathetic sphere. So please don't ever forget this. I've seen it happen many, many times. Please, this was your opportunity. If you've never seen it before, this was your opportunity. You don't need to see it again. It played out exactly as I said. The lowest IQ, the lowest common denominator IQ, the most vicious, gets its way by way of the intimidation, the threats, the slurs, the doxing, etc. Gets its way. You saw the fear. Where are all the big content creators in the white sympathetic sphere? It's exactly as I said, isn't it? Nowhere to be found. So do you really think, I mean, really, just I'll say this last thing. We're going to be getting to your calls and comments. And if you have thoughts about the kind of questions that we can cover on panels like this moving forward, let me know. You can even put it in the thread once we're finished here, or put it on the thread now, because it's harder to find on the live chat. But do you really think, just contemplate this, walk away with this. Do you really think that those who are in service to white well-being, those who want to put an end to our victimization, concerned with our people whatsoever, do you really think that we are going to be able to pit the most intelligent and wealthy of the anti-whites, because that's who's in charge of anti-whiteism, the smartest and the wealthiest fund them? Do you really think that we have a chance by pitting against that, the lowest and most violent of IQ and maturity level in the white sympathetic sphere? Do you really think there's a chance in hell of overcoming the anti-whites? These people play into their hands every single time. Antags they're just the fool used by anti-white oligarchy. They're just the fools manipulated by them. And boy, they play their part, don't they? Destroying every opportunity to do something successful against anti-whiteism. You've seen it just play out with this divorce. Moving on to better times, better people, and God bless everybody that was just here. Let me take a look at what you're saying. I'll take a look at the financial gifts right now. Over here on Entropy, we have one financial gift from the one and only Yiz the Unifier. And this great champion says here with a $5 financial gift, God bless you, Yiz. She says, weekly folk tithe to invite you all to subscribe to my new Rumble to help me grow on that platform. I need 100 subs to claim my URL and streaming ability. Thank you, Kip. Keep it Promethean. Yes, sister, keep it Promethean. And I don't know how close, what did it say? She needs 100, but how close? If you are not subscribed to her over on Rumble, she shared the link in the live chat. I think she shared it over here on Entropy. Please subscribe to Yiz so that she can reach that 100 subscriber mark that she has to reach. If you don't have an account there, it'll take you 2 seconds to create one. And then sub to the great Yiz the Unifier. Bless you, sister. We just had one more financial gift come in on Entropy from Matt. Thank you so much, Matt. Matt is also financially gifting 5 Let's Be White Positive dollars. Thank you, brother. Have you ever talked to Academic Agent? Have I talked to Academic Agent? That's familiar. I listened to him on The Jolly Heretic. He is also getting harassed by the cult nats. They were all over his chat last night. He has got 71,000 followers. Let me look really quickly. Yeah, the thing about the cult nats right now is that they're really just like driven crazy. Maybe like cats with catnip. They're really just driven insane with this. Let me just check here really quickly. No, I don't think I don't know. Did he appear on PWR ever? I don't know. It's familiar for some reason. I see the 72,000 subscribers. So thank you for bringing that to my attention, Matt. Academic agent. Yeah, they've really been driven insane with this just like white hot rage with this black nationalist rapper who beds down white women, that he's like their new leader now. I mean, you heard Mark, and I thought, oh boy, that was Mark's like, it's a great thing what he I would not side with somebody like this. It's just, he's obviously not going to be white sympathetic. He's not white sympathetic. It's this idea, this erroneous idea. And I think, who was it? Was it Axis Mundi was talking about, or no, who said it? Was the real, maybe it was Axis Mundi, that for the cult nats, ant nats, and tags, for them, they think that there could be some sort of unity of a people because of a common enemy. And I had this conversation. In every time you make this argument of, well, we'll come together if we have a common enemy, it relies upon the people believing that they are a people. So the premise is erroneous. It's circular reasoning. You have to have a people before they can come together against a common victimizer or enemy, or whatever you want to put it. You can't take deracinated individuals and think that they will come together because there is a victimizer victimizing them all. You think only, if you will, of prison scenarios, or we could just look at it at so many different scenarios where individuals will gladly sell out the rest. They don't feel a connection in order to be privileged by the victimizer. And that's what we see in the world. That's what we actually see. So you have to, and then what they do is, I've had the conversation, where do you get this idea that we'll come together because that there is a victimizer? Well, and then they'll cite like Germany or something, totally inappropriate and out of place, because that no longer exists. That context where there were a people called the German people, for whom you could form an opinion with sufficient academic rigor that could be then adopted by the totality for the benefit of the individuals by way of the benefit of the collective, that is gone. That is gone. It's time to wake up. It's gone. You have radical individuals. So it's circular reasoning to say, we'll make a people because we have a people. No, we don't have a people. So we have to establish a people to be able to give opinions that could be adopted by the people for the benefit of the individuals. And we can articulate this, and it demonstrates the great imperviousness to logic when these people come in and they just ignore the obvious and then create straw men. I even had a guy, one of these people, created the straw man argument that all of my arguments are straw man arguments. It's nuts. It's not. You cannot talk with people like this. You just have to ban, block, and move on. There are good folks out there that, the average person in the West, whether they are Christian or what they believe to be culturally Christian, or what they believe to be just like the norm for your ordinary white person is that it is totally immoral to argue in such a way, to be intellectually dishonest. So they would, if confronted with a scenario, because I've had these conversations as well, and confronted in a scenario where they think, okay, I want this outcome, but intellectually I can tell I've just been defeated. They still want to stick with that outcome. They will leave because they don't want to be immoral. They don't want to be intellectually dishonest in the conversation. These people, the people that are going to swarm around, in this sense, I say poor Mark, because the people that are going to swarm around him, there is no intellectual honesty whatsoever. You can see it in every single conversation. So that's a very abnormal thing for our people. It really is. And there's no productivity that will come out of it. But these people have all been driven to this fevered pitch. They're all going to get together now, this multiracial attack on one group of humanity that's somehow going to unseat them. Not a thing is going to happen. Not a thing. You know what will happen? Innocent people of that group, like who just lives in your neighborhood, not a billionaire, not 100 millionaire, not a trillionaire, not a nothing. Those kind of people are going to get attacked. And then the regime, this anti-white oligarchy around the world, is going to say, to the totality of the white race. You see how they behave? More censorship, more dilation of the law to shut these people up. And they're going to try to ensnare folks like us in that mess. So differentiating ourselves from them is a great and glorious thing to do. It is horrible. It is immoral what they're going to do. And it's not going to ever win or succeed. Ever. I promise. 100% promise. You can come back 6 months from now, it's going to be excuses. 1 year from now, it's going to be excuses. Why hasn't it worked yet? Well, because we still got to do more of it. It's just, why hasn't what you're drinking made you into like a perfect, like Schwarzenegger specimen? Well, I haven't drunk enough of this rat poison yet. I need to drink more. But yeah, so they're over there attacking Academic Agent. Thank you, Matt, for that. He's being harassed. They were all over his live chat last night, he's saying. Wow. Matt comes back with another $3. Thank you so much, Matt. Bringing us up to 3 financial gifts over here on Entropy. $3. 3 financial gifts so far. God bless you, brother. And he says with that $3, all white positive content creators that are getting harassed by these mentally ill cult nats and provocateurs need to network. I like the sound of that. Reach out to Academic Agent and let him know. I mean, maybe he's heard. It would be hard to imagine that anybody didn't hear that a nearly 5-year-long productive relationship came to an abrupt end with my co-host putting up a thumbnail, making it look like I was defending, my position was going to be defending Israel and the white race forevermore. Maybe reach out to him and say, hey, same thing. We need to network. We're all being attacked by these people. And I'd be willing to have a talk with Academic Agent without question. Thank you so much for that, Matt. And Matt is back with another $3 financial gift. Thank you so much, good sir. And he says with these 3, let's put an end to the cult nat nonsense dollars, which is how most dollars should be spent. He says the cult nats also went after iHypocrite last night. Wow, really? One of them called in and asked him to debate the JQ. He turned them down. Wow. So was I right? Thank you so much for these financial gifts, Matt. It's spectacular. Promethean blessings be upon you. Exactly as I articulated, these people behave, and it's playing out perfectly the way I articulated it. They're going after everybody. You're going to obey the lowest, most uneducated, most violent, most unethical, impervious to reason lens and strategy. Anti-strategy is what it is. I mean, let's call it for what it is. It's an anti-strategy because they claim it's supposedly good for white people. They're liars. And we should let folks know. In fact, you know what I'm thinking now, since we're talking about it? Let people know when they attempt to conflate us with these people, let those folks know that these people are not for the white race at all. They are for harming another group of humanity. It has nothing to do with us. They are willing to unite with people of multiple races, even when those people are black rappers who bed down white women over the course of their career. They've got no problem with that. They will unite with anybody to hurt this race of this other group of mankind. They're not white. They're not even, I mean, how can you even say, now this is what I was saying, it's two different communities. How can you even say they're white sympathetic when they can't articulate how what they want to do would benefit us? They need God of the gaps. They need magic. Magic happens then. Magic happens then. Really, well, how do you actually get to the magic? That's the first question. How do you actually get to your objective of harming these people, stealing from them and what they stole or what they earned, or harming all of them, dispossessing them? How do you even get to that? They can't articulate. If you just say it enough, magic happens. It's like, just say abracadabra, magic happens. Okay. And then after you achieve your magic happens scenario, how does that benefit us in the end? Magic happens again. Really, because we have a race of deracinated individuals, radical individualists, and we have wealthy who are essentially mortal gods that will serve their own radical self-interest asses without any care whatsoever for the rest of our people. None whatsoever. We already see them everywhere doing it. And they're already using anti-whiteism to do it. How are you going to defend yourself against them? Much less the other groups that are much more ethnocentric. And we'll use their combined. How are you going to do it? Magic happens. Okay. Magic happens. So it really seems more and more like this is just a disease in the body of our people to prevent advocacy for the good of our people. You know, maybe in the end, us doing more of a job drawing a line between, you know, when confronted, especially by these MAGA patriot types, patriots all around the world in the West, being able to articulate, no, those people hate the white race. They just want to harm somebody else. They're not interested at all. They could fly something from World War II. They could do a certain salute and walk funny, whatever it might be. But all they want to do is hurt another group. It has nothing to do with us. Don't conflate me with that. So true. So here they are showing up now. I hypocrite. He can't talk about crazy things like at his level that he does it. He wants to talk about the what are they? These like the kind of the fat, multicolor haired bimbos who are out there, the anti-whites who are out there, and this kind of stuff he likes to make fun of, that are victimizing us because of their attack, social justice warrior types, their attack on Western civilization, Western kind. He wants to focus on that, make a living for his family while having some fun and pushing back against these people, which is, I think, predominantly what he does. And these people, these cult nats show up and they say, no, you're not allowed to talk about that. It's just got to be about hating this other group and harming this other group. And it's so disingenuous. Everybody knows when they say, no, I don't want any harm to I just want a happy coincidence to happen once. If my fever dream could come to reality that everybody on the planet hates them as much as we do and holds them responsible for all or nearly all the evil deeds, it's just a happy consequence is what I want for them. Sure. Thanks, brother. Thanks. I really do appreciate that. letting us know the widespread attack. It's not just here by these sickos. And why are they sick? Because they're getting in the way of us putting an end to the victimization of white people. That's why they're sick. Whoa, folks, get out the 07s. And how about some swashbuckling emojis for Dude Bro Moment? God bless you, brother. Great to see you again. Coming in here. Here we are at 8:16 Eastern Standard Time. 50 Let's Be White Positive dollars. 50 Let's Be White Positive dollars from Dude Bro Moment. God bless you, good sir. Really appreciate you. And he writes here with it, for white well-being. Thank you so much. And we got another one from Yiz the Unifier is back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for those emojis. Rogus emojis. There we got the swashbuckling flags. It's so very swash of Dude Bro Moment to come in here at this moment with a $50 financial gift. Epically swash, good brother. Yiz writes here with $3 more. God bless you. She writes, academic agent leads the large community of UK and US dissidents. Oh, that's probably where I know the name then. That I've worked hard to befriend. Well, there you have it. He hosted that big discussion stream where I gave a good showing of the method we celebrated. That's it exactly. Now I remember perfectly. Yiz did an amazing job, didn't she? Thanks for coming in with that news, Yiz. Well, isn't this interesting now that the academic agent is under a big attack by these people as well? Fascinating. They're just trying to creep out like this poison is just suffusing the air. God bless you, sister. All right, we'll check over here. Looks like we are blank on Odyssey. We'll swivel back around. If you would like to call in tonight, and Mr. V, if you would like to call in, you have more to share, more to talk about the Go Free Clubs, GFCs, or whatever it might be, just let me know on Skype, and so we can get a call to you. But anybody else who would like to have a conversation on Skype, reach out, and I will call you. We'll talk about whatever it is that is on your mind. Make sure I just didn't silence myself. All right. Over here on Cash App, we have a Dr. I. Dr. I here, financially gifting 10 US Let's Be White Positive dollars. Let's put an end to the white negativity dollars. Thank you so much. Gives an 07. I give an 07 back to those $10. Thank you. It was great to see. Great to see you and your salute, my dear friend. And we have another $10. Another $10 from the one and only I Love Jesus Christ. And she writes, as always, with beautiful penmanship, for white well-being. Thank you so much, sister. Yeah, the and tags are not running us off. Art Acrobats coming in with $3.09 positive dollars. God bless you. Thank you for that. $3.09 says, a tax squirrel was on meth. Did you see his teeth? No, I don't know what a tax squirrel, but they probably all are. That's what ends up happening, isn't it? It's a bunch of meth-addled attack squirrels. Don't take anything off of the meth-addled attack squirrels. Thank you for that. The only stream where it's a gathering of true champions and the host can receive financial gifts about drug-abusing squirrels. It's pretty rare. Doesn't happen many places. So I take a lot of pride in that. Thank you so much. Cindy says, round up to 310. Round up. I could have just said 310. But maybe 309 has meaning, right? I don't know. But God bless you. Thank you so much. Kate's saying, yes, the one who attacked me was definitely on meth. Okay. It's the squirrel family structure. The parents are deadbeats. Children left to raise themselves. Knows a little too much about squirrel life, Kate. A lot of hours spent there in deep study of squirrel life. Oh, it's the 9 words. Brilliantly put, Art Acrobats. The 9 words. Who can type the 9 words into... There's Southern Bloom. Great to see you. Who can type the 9 words into the live chat first? It'll be a matter of remembering and then how fast you can type. And maybe that's not quite fair if you're on your phone, but it is what it is. Although I've seen some of these teenagers that they're so brain dead and so wrapped up in typing on their phone all the time that they can really type fast. Let me see here. What do we have? We're going to get to your calls. What was the other thing I wanted to mention? If you have any questions for me, then make sure you tag me. Or, of course, if you financially gift, I will read those. But make sure you tag me a question or comment. I'll speak to it. And we'll address it. We'll address it as a group. How does that sound? Who was talking about the Kung Fu fight? Was that Yiz? Was that Yiz? Yes, I think it was Yiz. And now I can't think straight anymore. All I have to do is hear anything about Kung Fu. And then it's just like in my head, it's like everybody was Kung Fu fighting. Those cats were fast as lightning. It doesn't go away. Nick, yeah, talking about squirrels representing less than 4% of the animal kingdom, but they're responsible for 100% of the violence. 4 does 100. Now we have it. Well, we've come like full circle in all things. 4 does 100. Make sure everybody knows. 4 does 100. Popcorn Power is here. Hyperborean Dream, great to see you. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. It was so enticing. All right, audio is good. Thank you for that, Franklin. Promethean Promulgation is with us. Space Hopper is here. The great Brad C is here. So is Corey. Calvin is here. We have the best. There is no way. You see, we present. First Last is here. Great to see you, good brother. The great First Last is with us, ladies and gentlemen. You can easily see how like the best people at your church, at your whatever your lodge may be, if you participate there, whatever like troop it might be, like a Boy Scout type of or Girl Scout, the best people, they could look at the panel that we convoked and they would feel comfortable. They would feel, all right, these are normal people. These are normal people like me, and they're trying to live their lives, and they're brave enough. They're extraordinary. They're ordinary in what and who we are, but extraordinary in the decision they make of what they will do with their lives. People are able to listen to that. People are able to hear that and want to participate. Normal people, good people. You don't see that elsewhere. You see poor I, hypocrite, and academic agent, and of course us here too, under the attack of people that normal people find utterly contemptible. You can look at their videos. In fact, we're not going to say who it was, but ForNull, there was one person attacking me and slandering me, etc. And he had a video about how he thought you handle the public. And he was this greasy, ugly, foul-mouthed. You don't have to be pretty like me. You don't have to be beautiful like me. You don't have to be in the dreams of men and women like me, but you should be cleaned up. You should be what we all aspire to be in our communities and in our lives, which is better than the worst of us. And this guy was just looking as bad as you could possibly look. And somebody, a stranger, one of our brothers and sisters, was like, what is this all about? And this dirtbag flew into this guy with slander and cussing him. And that obviously doesn't appeal to anyone. That obviously is not going to win people to participate. All it does, participate in our well-being, all it does is give a real world, tangible thing that anti-whites can point to and say, you see, our artificial narrative is real. So I'll tell you all right now, and I mentioned this on my Twitter, and you should follow me there if you haven't already. Right now, there is a black nationalist, Kanye West, who wants to run for president, even though I understand he hasn't been able to figure out how to fill out the paperwork. I assume one of these new, sexually confused people that he has hired will help him in that endeavor. I assume they'll be able to actually fill the work out. The whole campaign is an attack on another group of people. And it is, and specifically, and you hear this guy's speeches, it's about the agents in the entertainment. I mean, can you imagine something more ridiculous than having a movement that is supposedly for the country, to benefit the country, to benefit Catholicism, to benefit patriotism, to benefit, and all these white people behind it, to benefit the white race, that at its spoken core, because even that's not totally accurate, at its spoken core is all about people who work in the entertainment and sports industry that function as agents and function as venue owners and all of this sort of thing. Can you imagine? And it's just aimed at them to complain about them. And then we need this to, you see like this one over sexually confused person saying it's about, the big things. And then the person that he's endorsing is saying, we just need to get together and clean up these agreements. It's my contention that this group of people is going to be assisted by anti-whites to be big, to be in your face, and with them to smear Donald Trump. That is my contention. They will smear Trump. Their very presence is an attack on the campaign that he could run. And of course, there's no snowball's chance in hell. It's just nothing but self-promoters after self-aggrandizement and wealth in the name of Catholicism as a pretext, and in the name of the United States, again, just as a pretext. It's despicable. And so we can keep an eye on that happening as that shit show rolls itself along. But I'm sure it'll be plenty of laughs. But that's all that is. Victorian Time Traveler is here. Great to see you, brother. So is Piers Taylor. Mike says, I would like to see the keyboard warriors actually say stuff to your face and step in a boxing ring. Well, of course they won't. Now, there probably are some of these folks who are like prisoners and been in and out of jail and are just biologically brutish, who would love to fight, to maim, to attack from behind, everything under the sun. But just generally speaking, the vast majority of the keyboard jockeys are the type that are no, muscleless, probably have a handful of diseases they're suffering with. They can't go out into the daylight because it melts them. So they're not going to be stepping out. And, you know, I prove it every time when I tell them, hey, just go take your method out to the school, the principal at your children's school, take it to your neighbors, tell all your neighbors, tell your employer. And then they immediately flip around and say, Jason's trying to get me fired. Just look at him. You're saying something. And then Kate and I were talking about, the one was saying, Jason couldn't be concerned for the well-being of white people because he has a job. So everybody who has a job and who want to demonstrate their street cred, you have to immediately impoverish yourself. Don't have a job. Don't pay your bills. Get arrested. Make sure you're in jail, because that's where you're going to do the most good. That's the realist. Matt says academic agent does not want to be associated with the word dissident right anymore. That's why the cult nats are targeting him. He's trying to get away from it. Well, I could understand. I can absolutely understand. You know, good for him. Because this is going nuts. This is what happens this is going absolutely like manic, frothing at the mouth nuts. So good for him to want to get away from it. Let's see what else you all are saying. I could share some stories probably of conversations with these people and the very silly things, the very silly outcomes from over the years. By the way, I'm curious, wasn't Dr. Kevin McDonald supposed to be on with Mark Kalla today? I'm curious if they received any lying super chats about me that were questions or comments posed to Dr. Kevin McDonald, and what ended up transpiring. All right, looks good here. His face is here. Great to see you. And blank over here. Looks like, yep. All right, let me check over here again. Oops, wrong one. Let me just close that. All right. Blank there didn't miss anybody, and blank there did not miss anybody. So we are here at 8:34 Eastern time, and of the United States. And I think also I want to ask everybody, the next time we have the panel on, we convoke a panel, what kind of questions would you like to see us cover? I, for one, am very interested in talking about the kinds of objections that patriotic people across the West, of course, but specifically patriotic MAGA folks, what kind of objections they might have for what we are doing. And how might we get them to befriend us and to find us with the simple fact, I guess I should say, that we have to approach this without asses in the seats. Like, I can't show up with 200,000 followers on Twitter, for example. It's just not happening, right? If I showed up with 200,000 followers saying the things that we're saying, a lot more of these patriots would feel brave. But 12,000, they're just not going to do it. We are building something new. We're building something that people don't know that they need. But once they have, they wish they had never gone a day without. We're not appealing to a sickness like with heroin addicts out there. You go out there and you want to talk to people about their hard times, and then say, hey, Your life is shit. It's totally miserable. You have challenges in your world. And this is, it's not a complex thing like they're doing over there at White Wellbeing and the White Positive Sphere. It's not complex. You don't have to work on yourself. You don't have to rid yourself of meme pathogens, anti-white toxic ideas that you've accumulated over your whole life. You don't need a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us. You don't need to get into our own story where you pin yourself into those pages as the hero of our story rather than the villain in the story of the anti-whites. You don't need to do all that. All you got to do is name them. That's it. It's so simple. Here's your drugs. People fall for it, and then they very often never recover. But we will recover in just a moment, and we'll take calls.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Prometheus took the clay and formed it into man. First he made the elders and went to work again. Thousands did he make, setting them upon the knoll. He sang into the dreams, great visions filled their souls. Awakened to a paradise, preserved in script and song. They explored their habitation, growing friendships deep and strong. But while they laughed and sang, and hearts were filled with love, hatred, violent idiots were soaring above. While they danced and played, and cheeks were rosy red, something dark and sinister was lurking up ahead.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. I will read some comments, and if anybody else, Access Mundi was on. I don't know if you wanted to call back in or not, but if not tonight, of course, you're always welcome. I'm going to read some comments. We've got to get to your comments, folks, and I'll keep an eye on the current. We got to keep an eye on the current comments as well. Financial gifts, and it's a real shame because. Of the on the one end here, the divorce that we're talking about, a decent amount of you, or some of you, came from hearing and seeing me on with Mark, and these people, these antags, are now very happy about preventing that from happening again. So we have to be out there. I don't know how many more honestly could come though, and heed reason and logic. What's pouring out of there now is certainly nothing of the sort. Reptile writes here, heroes don't have an off switch. NWG is 100% full throttle. Nitro-fueled, rocket-powered awesomeness. That's great. That's the great Reptile, folks. Thank you, brother. Heroes don't have an off switch. NWG is 100% full throttle, nitro-fueled, rocket-powered awesome. And so is Reptile and his family. Thank you so much, good brother. Mark M says, just found you now via the podcast of the Lotus Eaters comment section. Now, before I read the rest of Mark M's comment, I wanted to be public that I will happily speak with iHypocrite again and Academic Agent about these attacks from the cult nats and tags, Yehudi centrists, whatever I'm going to call them, the name them people. I will happily meet with them again and stream with iHypocrite, but Academic Agent as well about this. And we could or should find others who are being attacked by these people and bring awareness to it, that this is what's happening. This weird multiracial group of monsters. So Mark goes on here. Haven't watched any of your content yet, but I subscribed immediately because of your channel's name. I'm streaming some content now as I write this. My dad, God rest his soul, always told me when I was a child that I was, quote, growing up in a very tough time to be a straight white male. I'm 41 now, and his words couldn't have been more true. Yeah, your father was 100% right, I'm afraid. He saw the writing on the wall. And thank you so much, Mark. And I hope you are sticking around. I hope you're learning about the Go Free method and seeing this conflict as an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become a better version of yourself. Artificer writes here, there are many ways for victory. Quote, there are many ways for victory, close quote. No, there are only two answers. One is more right. With whom do you fight with the most? Neighbors, strangers, family? I've always held my family to a high standard, especially my younger siblings. We are friends now, he says parenthetically. We correct those whom we love. The naming strategy isn't just null, it is harmful to us. Does anyone in the class care to answer this? The answer, the effing answer, is that it is not a null response. It does not change minds. It ostracizes you, and it actually perpetuates an idea that caring about white people is somehow tied in with people who want to hate others more than have something to care for our own people. And as previously and tirelessly stated, telling a normal, street-walking, coffee-drinking, dog-having, leaf-blowing, hand-holding white person about how the 30s and 40s were our pinnacle times, it will, take a wild effing guess, make them absolutely run the other way from you. Ask me how I effing know, respectfully as possible. God bless you, brother. Thank you for writing that. That's artificial. Brilliantly put. Yeah, and the probably the most important thing that you shared there, I think, was that once again, it's wedding our well-being with harming someone else, which when I was, if you all remember, you read my book, Crucible, I figured out from the anti-white narrative, I was like, wait a second. I asked the teachers about it. I asked the staff about it. I was like, wait a second. If doing good for white people automatically means harming other people, then that's immoral and that's always wrong and can never be done. And they were like, well, yes, precisely. Well, that's something we have to not only get away from, we've got to smother. You do not want to associate our well-being with harming other people. For God's sake, brilliantly put, Artificer. Thank you so much. The great lovely Porridge has a couple of things to say here. You have to remember that these guys admire or identify with the serial killers. I think we read this one. Or did we? Serial killers and psychopaths in Hollywood movies. Fight Club, American Psycho, The Joker, American History X. Everything makes perfect sense when you consider that. There was a movie review stream where a guy in another organization, or an organization, we're not an organization, was defending the sickening actions of fictional skinheads who beat up little black kids playing soccer and attacked a Pakistani shopkeeper with a machete. Mark was dumbfounded, trying to explain to this person that this was scripted to demonize white people. That person thought Mark was cucking for not siding with the white guys. Astonishingly low IQ. God, so true, Porridge. So true. Let me see. Can I read the next thing? He says, I'm happy to Porridge goes on here. I'm happy to name them. Names a guy who's the head of an organization. That's Aunt Nat. Says his let's see, names his wife. Oh boy. I did not see that coming. He's naming them. Porridge is naming them. So that guy's wife, Andrew Anglin's web developer, half the candidates that Fuentes endorses. What magical things will happen now that I've named them? And if there is no magical change in your own deranged schizosphere, then what chance will it have of working on the general public? Porridge is always brilliant. One last one, then we'll go to calls. Politicking writes here, your rant was 100% accurate. All right, Mundi, yep. Your rant was 100% accurate. Their hatred is a barrier to our advancement. Kanye said so many disparaging things about white people in his recent interviews, but it's all gone ignored because he named them. It's stupid, disingenuous, and does not translate to wins in the real world. We need level-headed people who understand the game of politics and can take power, not people who only live in the online sphere and couldn't have a normal interaction if they were paid to do so. Boy, isn't that true? These people couldn't have a normal interaction even if they were paid to have a normal interaction. Well said. Let me take a quick look and we'll make this call. Okay, not missing anybody there. Over here on entropy, we do have the great sloths, who we had on our panel earlier and did a fantastic job. $3 financial gift. God bless you, brother. The primary obstacle to a vague adoption is consistent lexicon. They are lazy about learning terminology, and that terminology must be entirely within our narrative to bring in intelligent influencers. Very well stated. Yeah, we have to be consistent. We have to be at it all the time for them to be able to adopt it. You're right, they're lazy when it comes to that. Thank you so much. Let me see over here. All right, nobody there. We will call Mr. V is going to be first tonight. And here goes the call. Oh, it's showing that he's not online currently, so we will make Access Mundi first. Then we will get to Mr. V next. Here we go.
Did you mean to call Mr. V, or did you call me by mistake?
No, we did. Mr. V didn't show that he was online, so we figured we'd give him time, and we would do you first then.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. I guess I was watching the stream.
Oh, it's after. Yeah, there's a little delay.
I was watching the stream a few minutes behind, so I missed that part.
Yeah.
Brother,
what's on your mind,
I just
brother?
have some thoughts about. Can you hear me?
Yep. What's on your mind?
Yeah. I have a few thoughts just about why the name and the strategy is actually offensive to me as a member of Western kind, but especially as a German. Right? My ancestry is mostly German. And the way I see it is the anti-white narrative, a big part of its tactics to kind of gaslight white people is to impose a kind of tunnel vision on us, where they only look at very select parts of history and fixate on those only, and only certain regions of the world, right? The anti-white narrative is going to fixate on 1930s Germany. Right. It's going to fixate on the late 19th century United States, and especially the South, right? Right. And of course, it's only going to look at a limited number of perspectives. It's going to be very, very narrow in its consideration. And I, for one, as someone of German descent, I'm sick and tired of the Germans endlessly being associated with the 1930s. Yeah. There is so much more to German history than just that period. Yeah. Germany is one of the greatest nations in human history, and even in Western history. As glorious as Western kind is, and all of our nations are glorious, all of our people are glorious, the Germans are amazing. We've accomplished so much. So why can't we look at more? Why do we have to be so narrowly focused? Right. And basically the name them folks are perpetuating that tunnel vision. And so I would like to speak on for the sake of my own personal favorite figures of German history. I would like to speak about Immanuel Kant, if I may. Yeah, go ahead. So the categorical imperative, right, is Kant's theory of morality, right, which I think a lot of folks, anti-whites and anti-nats, could stand to. And the whole idea is it's a philosophical analysis of the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have be done unto you. Yeah. And the whole idea is like, imagine if everyone did what you're doing, what would the world be like, right? Mm-hmm. Well, if the world behaved, if everyone on Earth behaved like anti-nats and anti-whites, then humanity would be in a state of perpetual, never-ending warfare. Yeah. It'd be never-ending bloodshed, never-ending violence. It would be going back to what Thomas Hobbes would call the brutish state of nature. Life would be terrifying, it would be violent, it would be painful, it would be nasty, and it would be very, very short for everyone. That's the end result of anti-whiteism. That's the end result of ant-nattery alike. What would happen if everyone were to practice go free? Well, everyone will be looking inward for change, collectively and individually. And if every white person practiced it, then white people will be contributing no violence to the world. We'd be cultivating our own people and pursuing our own well-being. And even if every other race on Earth adopted something akin to go free, it would logically imply that everyone would abandon anti-whiteism.
Yeah.
And what you would have is a civilization of just peace and prosperity across the entire globe. So I think when you dissect it and analyze it like this, it's pretty obvious who the good guys are. It's not the anti-whites, it's not the ant-nats, it's us.
Yes.
And I say these words, brother, for German honor. Let's leave the most dead horse in human history behind. Let's stop beating that. Let's just leave the 1930s behind, unless if we're going to talk about brother wars and how destructive they are. Let's leave that behind. And let's talk about the many, many other chapters of German history. Let's talk about the Renaissance. Let's talk about Goethe. Let's talk about Beethoven and Mozart. Let's talk about, let's talk about Immanuel Kant and German philosophy. In the 19th century, Germany was such a powerhouse of philosophy and science. In the United States, it was being considered to make German another official language of the US. So it's like, we need to get back to that. We need to get back to our sense of glory as a people. And I guess I just wanted to speak more thoughts about that and point out how the name them strategy really is offensive to Western kind, because it perpetuates the tunnel vision of anti-whiteism.
It really does. And that is brilliantly put, man. Thank you so much for calling in with that. Wow. And you're so
my
right.
Pleasure, brother. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all you do, brother. I just wanted to say, I think Mr. V might talk about it too, but I just wanted to, reading through Crucible and seeing what you've been through and how much you've suffered, and yet the fact that you've stayed in the support and effort of our people, it's a very humbling book to read. And so I just wanted to speak from the heart and say thank you for all of your service to white well-being.
Wow. Thank you, man. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Of course, man. I'll talk to you next time, okay?
Promethean hails to you, brother.
Promethean hails.
All right. Bye-bye. That is the great Axis Mundi, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. V, whenever you're back, let me know. Just send me a message on Skype. But I had not thought about that before. You see, I knew when I wanted to invite, was thinking about somebody to invite to the panel, I knew one of the names occurred to me. All right, brother, I'll call you right up in a minute. Axis Mundi. Because this guy is, you can tell he's a intelligent, deep-thinking guy. I had never thought about the reality that if all of the races and peoples of man essentially took up the go-free method, we would have peace on Earth. Apply the method across planet Earth. If each group wanted to no more than to defend or to prevent the victimization of their people, and this is in an objective or abstract sense, and so therefore ultimately in its perfection, philosophically, metaphysically, not possible to realize because we're dealing with the human animal. But nonetheless, if you begin in a place that ends that way and then apply that to the real world, you're going to be so much closer to that reality than you would if you begin in a place with an anti-strategy that we see in these folks that even in its abstraction is sanguinary in the extreme. That once you apply that to the human animal and you bring into that equation psychopathy and low IQ, extreme impetus to violence, you end up with something that is truly bestial on planet Earth. This is why the real thinkers, and I'm not talking about the posers who are these academic peacocks and they don themselves with as many degrees, doctorates as they can get. I'm not talking about the posers, but the actual thinkers are protected from this base that is not able to think well enough for what ultimately ends up redounding to be for their own good. We don't see that taking place here. The thinkers, as you can see, the people who are not just postulating a strategy that could work and that works with reason and that works with logic, but an actual strategy that has been shown to work, that can be easily ostracized so that an idea, an anti-strategy that has been demonstrated over time to cause horror for the individuals who practice it and no movement whatsoever toward an objective that would somehow end in ending or even diminishing slightly the victimization of Western kind. We see that indeed it's that is allowed to push out the thinking and the successful. So, and you know, the problem is, I mean, people like others who are going to be attacked by this or are being attacked, academic agent, hypocrite, and others. Somebody named somebody else on another thread. They said during the whole, who was it? Was it Schaefer who was being attacked? One of his whole streams, and they were going at him in his live chat. The problem is that the anti-white narrative infecting everybody causes these Schaefer, hypocrite, academic agent to be fearful almost of anyone, but certainly of anyone who is going to say, let's stop victimizing white people. Even when we are attacked by the same people that are attacking them. But we can see what will end up happening. That'd be a great conversation to have, probably. Schaefer, academic agent, I hypocrite, and me talking about what's happening now as a consequence of Kanye West. That would be a great conversation. If anybody could potentially make that happen, then you could. That would probably be beneficial to a lot of people. All right, one more check here. Didn't miss anybody. The call is going out to the one and only Mr. V.
Hey, brother, can you hear me?
I sure can, good sir. What a panel today. Wasn't that awesome?
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a lot of fun. And thank you, brother, for inviting me and inviting everyone who joined. That was really, really cool.
It was really cool. We need to do that more often. I've known, obviously, for a very long time what was demonstrated there. But when it was demonstrated, I suddenly realized, like, wait a second. People might not be able to see in their minds just by way of like hearing you here, hearing Yiz there, hearing ForNull over there, you know, that hearing Brand Danger, that we have accomplished thinkers. I mean, let's just, you know, we have people who have subtle minds and it can appreciate subtle hues. Like we just saw with Axis Mundi talking about how philosophically this applied across the board, the ramifications of that. I see it, you know, I know it. But then when I had you all up there, I was just like, people are going to get this where they maybe could not have gotten it before. So I'm really going to, as best as I'm able with all the censorship, tell the world about the panel. But yeah, that was a heck of a lot of fun. But what else is on your mind tonight?
Well, I wanted to mention that we finished the style book, the first style book.
Ah, nice.
Yes. That was awesome. That gives a very good foundation. And I'm right now reading another one that's called 10 Garments Every Man Should Own, a Practical Guide to Building a Permanent Wardrobe. And that's going to take us through some specific items that every man should have: leather shoes, shirts, sports jackets, trousers, two-piece suits, knitwear, overcoats, socks. He even gets into socks,
Nice.
gloves, dress hats, things of this nature. Doesn't mean that everyone's going to have to get one of these, but some essential core things. Like I would say a good pair of leather shoes are definitely essential. Good pair of shirts, Yeah. So we're going to get deeper into style, and we're going to talk about the practical side of it, give folks some stores that they can go to, just basically continue with the step-by-step approach so that people can define their own style. They can get good quality and valuable clothes for a reduced price. It really helps if you understand style and you understand clothes. It really, really helps you save money.
Yes.
Right? You could either spend money, time, or energy. So if you want to spend less money, you're just going to have to spend more time understanding what you want to get.
Yes.
And so yeah,
Brilliant.
we finished that, and that's a good skill for folks to acquire, because eventually we have to develop our own style. I think that's a big thing that should definitely happen.
Yeah. We need, I mean, it's obviously not right now, but you're right. Eventually we have to. And God, I love working with smart people, folks, mature, smart people, because you don't have to explain so much. You can just say, okay, get it. We can move on to something more productive. Yes. We eventually need to be developing our own style, but this is the exact kind of thing that elsewhere, when you're dealing with people that aren't as bright, that they would want to get started right away. I mean, think about Richard Spencer's crew. Immediately, they concerned themselves. And I tried to tell them, I was like, what are you doing? Why are you trying to develop a new style? And it was the most just like quirky, clashing type of garments and things they were putting together. And you probably saw some of these pictures, like intentional high waters and all kinds of, you probably saw some of this, folks. But yes, we do. I completely agree. I would like, and I in the past have talked about this with friends, so I'm glad you mentioned it, Mr. V. I would really like if we found in our midst, and it might be yet to come, maybe the person or people are yet to come, designers of clothing, people who actually have a great eye and a great taste, a great sartorial aesthetic, and they can begin to visualize and then project that into minor changes in style that then we can create and we can then present to the public, because it's obviously not going to be something we're not going to be able to like radically change and from the norm. It's got to be incremental, but I'm excited about that possibility. Because so much is said with the right style, and you can I guess really that's so true. So much is said without it being said. It's tacit with the right style, and you don't need to be rich. You don't have to be of a certain class or whatever it is. I really like the work that you're doing there, and I'm very eager to hear as it continues to come along. What else is on your mind?
Well, you're spot on, brother. I think the mistake that those folks are doing is they're trying to come up with the style before the identity.
Yes.
Whereas the identity comes before the style, and the identity is what defines the style. We're just talking now about individual style, about the individuals in our community being able to express themselves and use their appearance as a form of power to attain what they want, whether that's a mate, whether that's a better group of people who aren't focused on naming them, whether that's more money, whether that's better connections, whatever kind of power they want. It's about them developing their individual style. We're not even thinking about, collective style, because that's something that will come organically as our identity develops.
Perfectly said. Absolutely. Well put, brother.
And the other thing, good.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something to the brother.
No, go right ahead, brother.
Okay. Yeah, so the other thing is the Tribalnomics book that we're covering on the book club. And of course, the California GFC going strong with the Crucible. That's awesome. Big thanks to Patrick for hosting those.
Nice.
Tribalnomics is what we're doing on the Ontario book club. And it covers things like the RPS formula, which is ritual, procreation, and survival. So core factors for a tribe, the tribal wall, self-alliance, tribal alliance, transcendent alliance. So tribal wall is all about understanding who's in and who's out of the tribe. Self-alliance is all about, how to remain true to yourself, how to trust yourself, be disciplined, things of this nature. Tribal alliance is all about understanding your alliance to the tribe, when you're doing things that are right by the tribe, when you're doing things that are not investing in the tribe and aren't going to give you any benefit back. Honor, we covered honor today. We covered a little bit about leaders. And there's one specific line from the book that I would like to read to you, brother, because I think it applies to this whole name them thing.
Awesome. Do it.
So here it goes. The anti-tribe is a tribe that collectively defines itself by standing against an identity or value. This is a weaker form of tribe because it exists as a shadow of another identity. Usually, anti-to can be replaced seamlessly with slave to.
Oh my God, that is so wow. Please read that again. Please, folks, listen up here. Maybe this should be clipped. This is fantastic. Mr. V is going to be reading here from this book on tribal. Well, give the name of the book again and then read this passage, because this is fantastic. It is exactly what these people are. They're merely a shadow to another identity. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so the book is called Tribalnomics, Laws, Leadership, and Tactics for the Tribal-Minded by Justin Garcia. And that's exactly what our people need, because we don't know how to do tribalism anymore.
Yeah.
But we used to be great at it, and we can do it again. Yeah. And the line is, quote, "The anti-tribe is a tribe that collectively defines itself by standing against an identity or value. This is a weaker form of tribe because it exists as a shadow of another identity. Usually, anti-to can be replaced seamlessly with slave to."
Gosh, that is brilliant. And thank you for picking that out and then sharing that tonight. Brilliant, because they are perfectly slaves too. When I'm talking about them being the antagonist playing a role in somebody else's story, that is a slave. You are doing what they want you to do. That's what the antagonist does in their story, is what they want the antagonist to do in their story. This is what I try to tell these people. I've yelled at them in person too. I don't care about these other groups of people. I don't care what they call themselves. I don't care what they want to believe about me. What I care about is how we see ourselves, what we define our victimizers to be. That's what I care about. How we are effectively the reincarnation, if you will, of the great heroes of the West who saw adversarial forces, whether it was in the form of other human tribes or disease or nature, whatever it might be. And we stood up as who we are, defining everything about that which was around us and sought to master us so that we could master it. That's how we defined things. And we did master all that sought to master us until the psychological warfare of anti-whiteism. So brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah, this is a really good book. Folks are enjoying it. There's a lot of wisdom in this one. It's a really good book, and it's a good platform for us to discuss very important things involving tribalism and involving identity and involving how tribalism empowers the individual. And yeah, they're effectively an anti-tribe, and they're defined by this group. It's very strange to talk to these folks, and their solutions for doing good by Western kind are actually just about how to sabotage or harm this group.
Yeah.
Reducing their power is not the same as giving us power.
Yes.
It's not the same thing.
Precisely. Oh, thank you so much for saying. Is there anything else you want to say before we let you go, good sir?
Join a GFC. Look below in the YouTube description. There's about 11 GFCs, if I'm not mistaken. Find the one closest to you and join it. If you don't know who to join, just send an email to gofreeclub@protonmail.com and we'll help direct you. It's very simple. It's just a simple vetting process. If you are not crazy, if you are truly going free, if you truly care about white well-being, you should be fine. So join up, because if we don't start practicing tribalism, which by the way is this other group's great power, and then good on them for understanding that tribalism, that's their great power. In a world of globalism and no one has an identity and everyone's deracinated, it's the tribalism that gives them a lot of power. Don't worry about what they're up to. Focus on what we're up to. All the time you spend on them is time that you don't spend empowering our people.
Yes.
So that's all I'll say, brother. Thank you so much for everything you do. Thanks to all the champions in the sphere and everything that they do. And that's it. Thank you.
Bless you, brother. Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails.
All right. Bye-bye. Wow. We have, let's just be serious. Let's be serious. We have genuine swashbuckling champions here. And we're running up here to the end of the gathering. So any final questions or comments I'm going to read. But look at how both Axis Mundi, Mr. V could both come in here. Earlier, we had ForNull, Brand Danger, Yiz the Unifier. We had Porridge. We had Slots. And we had Kate. And all of these people can professionally, intelligently, morally articulate what we need to do, how it needs to be done, and the successes of it being done. You absolutely don't find that anywhere else at any time ever in the white sympathetic sphere. I've been here for almost 3 decades, and I submitted myself to the wisdom and the stories of the old timers, many of whom are dead now, some of whom are still crawling along, crutching along, caning along. And I heard what they had to say about their time and those before them firsthand from them. And nothing like this has ever happened, ever. We need to be proud about that. We need to be inspired about that. We need to remember that the day is going to come. The day will come when we are surrounded by an increasing number of people. Either they are actively practicing the Go Free method, or a much larger group out there using the lexicon and dialectics that we have seeded into the public, a curative contagion spreading from one person to the next, where we can reflect on, wow, I remember eating breakfast that morning, sitting at my kitchen table and thinking, well, there aren't a whole lot of us, but this is the moral thing to do. This is the righteous thing to do against the evil winds of the age that blow all that is good and holy into a furnace to prevent it from ever contending with that beast. Against that evil age, we stood. We defiantly put our faces against that wind, and we won. You'll be able to look back and think about those days, these days. So how glorious the way both of those guys just wrapped that up fantastically. Nothing, and you know what Axis Mundi was also talking about when we had the panel, the Go Free method and the spirituality in Prometheus Rising. This is what our spirit hungers for as white people, men and women of the West, Westmen. This is what it hungers for. This is what it wants to adopt. This is the people it wants to belong to. This is the epic glory that it aspires to, that it feels as this echo of eidolon and shadows and push from the past that we can feel inside of us. It wants to be able to wrap its arms around that and then know itself. It wants to be able to hold up a mirror and see itself for the first time. That is what we have here. And it can be applied in every area of a person's life. We're going to have to stick with it. And it's going to be uphill. You know, I wanted to, and I thought it was going to be possible. This is an area that I thought I was wrong. I gave too much, I guess I gave too much, invested too much faith maybe in the practitioners, I guess, of various types in the white sympathetic sphere, thinking that a greater percentage of them would be able to just look and say, I want what's best for putting an end to this anti-whiteism. And here's what I'm doing, whatever that is. It's not working. It's been around for a long time. It causes great harm. And then here is what they're doing. And it is working. Their lives get better. They improve their relationships. They improve their jobs. And they're actually accomplishing things for white well-being. We have changed the language to be able to see that and say, I'm going to adopt that instead, or at least I'm going to try it out. Because you can look at our community as we are 4 minutes out from having to wrap it up. You can look at our community and you could be out in the white sympathetic sphere and you can say, what has all of these years of the anti-strategy that recently and currently that is in our faces, what has that resulted in? But you can look across many of the other strategies. How long has it been around? What has it done? In the short time that we've gone beyond all the IRL that I was involved in and trying to get people in person to adopt this, we have already changed the language on planet Earth. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, or what does Yiz say, like a rocket surgeon? It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure out that this is working. This is working. These concepts weren't out in the population. Now they are. And they benefit us. No one has ever done that, for God's sake. That's never happened anywhere. And they couldn't, in their most fevered dreams, ever imagine of being able to get just imagine if you went to these groups, especially before we did just that, and said to them, do you think there'd be a way that we can get the establishment media, the oligarch anti-white media of Western countries to use the words of our choice, the concepts of our choice, the way they got us to use the concepts of their choice? They would have never said, yeah, there's a way, and it just is this. They would have said, nope, not possible. You know how I know that? Because they told me it wasn't possible over and over. You can't do it, Jason. You'll never do it. They'll never take it up. Your victimizers will never say the words that you need them to use. They'll never use the concepts that you want them to use. It just can't be done. Therefore, you have to do all these other methods that have been proven failures forever and ever. And then once we did it, those same characterless bastards said, you didn't do it. First, it can't be done, Jason, and now you didn't do that. So to my great displeasure, too few of these people are as good as I thought they were. You all, the folks that are here, demonstrated that you are every bit and even beyond as good as I thought you were. That's why we're going to go someplace, even though we can't just say, hate this group or worship this God or whatever it might be, and then suddenly have a bunch of people show up to be a part. To be a part of what? All right. Let me quickly look at minute and a half. Looks like we got everybody there. We got everybody here. And we didn't miss anybody there either. Well, folks, what an exciting What an exciting gathering we've had this evening, and Going Free gathering. I want you to go out into this week. Think about the people that we have to reach. And that's going to be the patriotic people, the nationalistic people, the good, ordinary brothers and sisters, the vagues out there. What kind of objections are they going to make? Start having conversations with them. Make your accounts look like something that they will find comfortable. Start appealing to these people. We're going a new direction. Put the white sympathetics behind us. If you run into one, you can try them out and see if they're interested. If they can't hear reason, logic, or evidence, boot them and move on to somebody who can. Remember that you're the best that are out there. We're relying on you. I love you all. Let's go free.